Welcome, guardian of Gotham's shadows, to a journey through the deepest conspiracies and ancient mysteries that have haunted the city's foundations since before the first Wayne walked its cobblestone streets. Tonight, we shall explore the complete chronicles of the Court of Owls, that secret society whose talons have shaped destiny from the darkness, whose whispered nursery rhymes mask centuries of blood and power. Let the rhythm of heartbeats and the whisper of feathers carry you into peaceful slumber as we trace every thread of conspiracy that has tested the Dark Knight's understanding of his own domain. Close your eyes, protector of dreams, and let these tales of shadow and ancient evil unfold like forgotten pages from Gotham's buried history. In the mists of time, when the New World was still young and the continent stretched wild and untamed beneath skies that had never known the smoke of industry, there came to the shores of what would one day be called Gotham, a collection of men whose vision extended far beyond the simple establishment of another colonial settlement. These were not the common seekers of fortune or the religious pilgrims who had founded so many other communities along the eastern seaboard, but rather individuals whose understanding of power and its proper application had been refined through generations of European intrigue and carefully cultivated influence. The land that these founding fathers claimed for their grand experiment was chosen not merely for its natural harbour or its defensive possibilities, though both were considerable, but for more esoteric qualities that spoke to minds trained in older traditions of knowledge and control. The geography itself seemed to offer natural concealment and protection, with cave systems and underground networks that suggested possibilities for the kind of hidden infrastructure that true power required. The native peoples who had dwelt there for countless generations spoke of the area with a mixture of reverence and fear, telling stories of ancient forces that slumbered beneath the earth and spirits that moved through the darkness with purposes that mortal minds could not fully comprehend. The men who would become known as the founding families brought with them wealth accumulated through centuries of careful investment and strategic alliance, resources that had been passed down through bloodlines that could trace their origins to the merchant princes of medieval Europe and the secret societies that had shaped the destiny of kingdoms through influence rather than open warfare. They understood that true power was never displayed openly, but rather exercised through networks of obligation and mutual dependence that remained invisible to those who lacked the sophistication to recognize their existence. Among these founding families, certain names would resonate through the centuries that followed, becoming synonymous with the growth and development of the city that rose from their collective vision. The Cobblepots established themselves as masters of commerce and trade, using their understanding of maritime logistics and international finance to create networks that connected their new settlement to markets across the known world. The Crowns brought knowledge of law and governance, crafting the legal frameworks that would allow their society to function according to principles that served their interests, while maintaining the appearance of democratic process. The Elliots contributed expertise in medicine and the natural sciences, though their interests extended beyond conventional healing into areas of research that more squeamish minds might have found disturbing. The Powers family specialized in what would later be called industrial development, though their early investments were in technologies and processes that would not reach public awareness for generations to come. Each family brought unique capabilities and resources, yet all shared a common understanding that their individual success depended upon collective cooperation in maintaining the kind of social order that would protect their interests and extend their influence. The establishment of what would eventually become known as the Court of Owls was not a sudden decision born of immediate crisis, but rather the natural evolution of relationships and understandings that had been developing among these families throughout their journey to the New World and their early years of colonial development. They recognized that the democratic ideals and representative government that were becoming popular among other colonial settlements represented threats to the kind of stable, hierarchical society that had allowed their families to accumulate and maintain power across centuries of European history. The challenge they faced was how to maintain effective control over their growing settlement while allowing its inhabitants to believe they possessed the freedoms and rights that the age was beginning to demand. The solution they developed was elegantly simple in concept, yet remarkably sophisticated in execution. They would create parallel systems of governance, with visible democratic institutions that provided the appearance of popular control, while real authority remained concentrated in a shadow organization that operated according to older and more reliable principles of hereditary leadership and accumulated wisdom. The symbolism that the court adopted drew upon traditions that predated Christianity itself, reaching back to mystery religions and secret societies that had flourished in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. The owl was chosen not merely for its association with wisdom and nocturnal activity, though both qualities were relevant to their purposes, but because it represented a form of predatory intelligence that operated according to natural rather than sentimental principles. The owl killed not from malice but from necessity, eliminating threats and maintaining balance in ways that squeamish minds might find cruel but that served the greater good of ecological stability. The nursery rhyme that would become associated with the court's activities was crafted with the same attention to psychological warfare that characterized all their operations. By embedding their threat within the innocent context of children's entertainment, they achieved multiple objectives simultaneously. They created a method of communication that could be shared openly without revealing its true significance to outsiders. They established a cultural reference that would associate their presence with childhood fears and vulnerabilities. And they demonstrated their ability to corrupt even the most sacred and protected aspects of social life. The rhyme itself, with its sing-song cadence and seemingly innocent imagery, served as both warning and promise to those who understood its true meaning. The court's references to watching and judging spoke to their role as hidden arbiters of the community's moral and political development, while the mentions of talons and hunting conveyed the consequences that awaited those who challenged their authority or threatened their interests. Most importantly, the rhyme's existence as part of oral tradition ensured that knowledge of the court's presence would be transmitted across generations, even when direct communication was impossible. The early operations of the court were characterized by subtlety and patience, reflecting their understanding that lasting power was built through gradual influence rather than dramatic gestures. They worked to place their members and allies in positions of authority within the visible government structure, ensuring that key decisions would be made by individuals who understood and supported their vision for the community's development. They established business relationships and financial obligations that created networks of dependence extending throughout the colonial economy, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to operate successfully without their approval or cooperation. The Wayne family's arrival in their growing settlement represented both opportunity and potential threat to the established order that the court was working to create and maintain. The Waynes brought with them enormous wealth and a reputation for philanthropy and public service that made them natural leaders within the visible democratic institutions that the court needed to maintain for appearances. Yet their very virtues made them potentially dangerous, for their commitment to genuine public service and transparent governance threatened to expose the shadow systems that the court depended upon for maintaining real control. The relationship that developed between the Wayne family and the Court of Owls would define the character of Gotham City for centuries to come, creating a dynamic tension between two very different visions of how power should be exercised and authority should be legitimated. The Waynes represented the idealistic tradition of noblesse oblige, the belief that those blessed with wealth and capability had moral obligations to use their advantages in service of the common good. The court embodied a more pragmatic understanding of human nature, recognizing that good intentions were often insufficient to maintain social stability and that sometimes necessary actions required the kind of moral compromise that public figures could not afford to make. The court's initial approach to the Wayne problem was characteristically indirect, focusing on co-optation rather than confrontation. They offered partnership and alliance, suggesting that the Wayne family's legitimate influence could be enhanced and protected through association with their shadow organization. They presented compelling arguments about the necessity of behind-the-scenes coordination to ensure that well-intentioned but naive democratic processes did not produce results that would ultimately harm the very people they were intended to serve. Some members of the Wayne family proved receptive to these approaches, recognizing the practical advantages that came with court membership and the protection it offered against the uncertainties and reversals that could affect even the wealthiest families operating in purely public spheres. Others remained skeptical, uncomfortable with the secrecy and lack of accountability that characterized the court's operations, unwilling to compromise their commitment to transparency and democratic participation, even for the sake of greater effectiveness in achieving their philanthropic goals. This division within the Wayne family created opportunities for the court to demonstrate both their subtlety and their ruthlessness, rewarding those family members who proved cooperative while subjecting resistant individuals to forms of pressure that stopped just short of open warfare. They understood that completely destroying the Wayne family would eliminate a valuable source of legitimacy and public support for their broader agenda. Yet they could not allow Wayne independence to threaten their carefully constructed systems of shadow control. The architectural projects that began to transform the settlement into a proper city provided perfect opportunities for the court to embed their influence into the very physical structure of the community they sought to control. They ensured that key buildings included hidden chambers and secret passages that would allow their members to observe and influence activities that were supposed to be private. They incorporated symbolic elements into decorative schemes that served as recognition signals for initiated members while remaining meaningless to ordinary citizens. Most importantly, they established the tradition of including special 13th floors in major buildings, spaces that would officially remain unoccupied due to superstitions about the unlucky number, while actually serving as meeting places, storage facilities, and operational centers for court activities. These hidden floors were connected by tunnel systems and concealed passages that created a parallel transportation network, allowing court members to move throughout the city without being observed by those who might question their activities or destinations. The selection and training of the first generation of Talons represented the court's most ambitious and morally questionable undertaking during these founding years, requiring them to develop systematic methods for identifying, acquiring, and conditioning individuals who could serve as their instruments of violence while maintaining absolute loyalty and perfect discretion. They understood that their shadow organization would eventually require the capability to eliminate threats that could not be neutralized through conventional political or economic pressure. Yet they also recognized that employing ordinary criminals or mercenaries would create unacceptable risks of exposure and betrayal. The solution they developed drew upon their knowledge of ancient military traditions and secret societies that had faced similar challenges throughout history. They would create their own warrior class, individuals whose loyalty would be guaranteed, not merely by financial incentive or ideological commitment, but by complete psychological reconstruction that eliminated the possibility of independent moral judgment or emotional attachment to any authority other than the court itself. The recruitment process for potential talents focused initially on individuals who were already isolated from normal social connections, orphans and outcasts, who would not be missed if they disappeared, and whose disappearance would not trigger investigations that might threaten court security. These early candidates were subjected to training regimens that combined physical conditioning with psychological manipulation, gradually stripping away their original identities and replacing them with new personalities that existed solely to serve the court's purposes. The techniques employed in this conditioning process represented the cutting edge of what would later be called behavioral psychology, though they incorporated elements of occult practice and mystical tradition that suggested access to knowledge that mainstream science would not develop for centuries. The trainers understood how to use isolation, sensory deprivation, physical stress, and carefully timed rewards and punishments to reshape human consciousness according to predetermined specifications, creating individuals who retained their intelligence and physical capabilities while losing their capacity for independent moral reasoning. The early Talons proved remarkably effective as instruments of the court's will, capable of infiltrating target locations, gathering intelligence, and eliminating threats with a combination of skill and discretion that exceeded anything that conventional assassins could have achieved. Yet their very effectiveness created new challenges for the court, as the existence of such perfectly trained killers represented potential evidence of their organization that could be discovered and used against them by enemies or rivals. The development of the preservation techniques that would eventually allow Talons to be placed in suspended animation between missions represented perhaps the court's greatest scientific achievement during their founding period, requiring them to master principles of chemistry and biology that were centuries ahead of contemporary knowledge. The electrum compound that made this preservation possible was created through alchemical processes that combined cutting-edge metallurgy with substances whose properties were discovered through systematic experimentation on both voluntary and involuntary subjects. The philosophical framework that guided all of these early court activities was based on principles that its founders believed represented the highest form of enlightened governance, though critics might have characterized their approach as fundamentally tyrannical. They saw themselves not as oppressors but as necessary guardians, protecting the common people from their own limitations, and preventing the kind of chaos and suffering that inevitably resulted when complex societies were allowed to operate according to purely democratic principles without wise guidance from those who possessed the knowledge and capability to make difficult decisions correctly. In their understanding, the average citizen lacked the intelligence, education, and emotional stability necessary to make rational choices about complex political and economic issues that affected the long-term welfare of the entire community. Democracy was a beautiful ideal that worked well in small communities where everyone knew everyone else and decisions could be made through face-to-face discussion among individuals who shared common values and interests. But in larger, more diverse societies, democratic processes inevitably devolved into mob rule, with decisions determined by whoever could most effectively manipulate popular emotions rather than by careful analysis of facts and consequences. The court's role was therefore not to subvert democracy but to perfect it, ensuring that the will of the people was properly informed and guided by those who possessed the wisdom and perspective necessary to understand the full implications of various policy choices. They saw themselves as serving the same function that parents serve for children or teachers serve for students, providing necessary structure and guidance that enabled freedom to flourish within appropriate boundaries, rather than degenerating into license and chaos. This paternalistic philosophy would define the court's approach to governance throughout their existence, creating a worldview that allowed them to justify even their most extreme actions as necessary services to a community that might not appreciate their efforts but would certainly suffer without their intervention. They understood that true service sometimes required accepting hatred and condemnation from those who were being served, that the greatest acts of love were often indistinguishable from cruelty to minds that lacked the perspective to appreciate their necessity. The establishment of Gotham City as their base of operations represented the culmination of decades of careful planning and patient implementation, creating a community that appeared to operate according to democratic principles while actually being guided by the invisible hand of their shadow organization. They had succeeded in creating what they considered to be the perfect synthesis of freedom and order, allowing citizens to enjoy the benefits of both democracy and effective leadership, while protecting them from the dangers that either system might pose if left to operate without proper balance and oversight. Yet even as they celebrated their achievements and looked forward to centuries of continued success, the founders of the Court of Owls could not have anticipated how the very perfection of their creation would eventually become the source of its greatest challenges. The city they had built according to their vision would prove capable of producing individuals whose moral clarity and personal courage exceeded their ability to control or co-opt, heroes who would choose principle over pragmatism and transparency over effectiveness, forcing the court to confront the possibility that their perfect system might not be as stable or as necessary as they had believed. The seeds of future conflict were already present in those early years, embedded in the fundamental tension between the court's belief in the necessity of hidden guidance and the human desire for authentic self-determination that could never be completely suppressed, no matter how sophisticated the systems of control became. The nursery rhyme would indeed prove prophetic, warning of a reckoning that would come when Gotham's true protector finally emerged to challenge those who claimed ownership of a city that belonged to all its people, not just those wise enough or ruthless enough to rule from the shadows. In the grand tapestry of American entertainment history, few institutions have captured the imagination and wonder of generations quite like the traveling circus, that magical procession of performers and dreamers who brought spectacle and joy to communities across the continent during the golden age of such enterprises. Yet among all the circuses that graced the sawdust rings of the 19th and early 20th centuries, none carried a darker secret or served a more sinister purpose than the troupe known as Haley's Circus, whose colourful wagons and cheerful banners concealed one of the most systematic and horrifying recruitment operations ever devised by those who dealt in human lives as commodities. The origins of Haley's Circus as an instrument of the Court of Owls can be traced back to the earliest decades of the 19th century, when the secret society that governed Gotham from the shadows recognized that their growing need for specialized assassins could not be satisfied through the conventional methods they had previously employed. The urban orphans and street criminals who had provided their initial cadre of talons possessed certain useful qualities, particularly their disconnection from normal social structures and their familiarity with violence and moral compromise. Yet they lacked the physical capabilities and mental conditioning that truly exceptional operatives required. The court's leadership understood that creating the perfect assassin required beginning with subjects who possessed natural athletic ability, acrobatic skills, and the kind of disciplined mindset that could only be developed through years of rigorous training from early childhood. They needed individuals who were comfortable with physical risk, accustomed to performing under pressure, and already separated from conventional family structures that might interfere with the complete psychological reconstruction that talent conditioning required. The traveling circus represented an ideal solution to these recruitment challenges, providing access to a population of performers whose skills and lifestyle made them perfect candidates for transformation into instruments of death. Circus families lived isolated from mainstream society, moving constantly from place to place without establishing the kinds of community connections that would make disappearances noticeable or investigatable. The children of such families were raised in an environment where physical danger was routine, where absolute obedience to authority was essential for survival, and where the line between performance and reality was always fluid. C. Haley, the man whose name would become synonymous with this dark enterprise, was himself a product of circus culture, born into a family of performers whose traditions stretched back through generations of European traveling shows. His natural talents as both an acrobat and an organizer had made him a successful circus owner by conventional standards. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond the modest profits that legitimate entertainment could provide. When representatives of the Court of Owls approached him with their proposition, he recognized an opportunity to achieve wealth and influence that no amount of ticket sales could ever match. The arrangement that Haley negotiated with the court was elegantly simple in its basic structure while being breathtakingly complex in its implementation and long-term implications. His circus would serve as a mobile recruitment center, traveling throughout the regions where the court sought to expand its influence while identifying and acquiring suitable candidates for talent training. In exchange, the court would provide financial support that allowed the circus to operate at a level of spectacle and sophistication that no legitimate entertainment venture could sustain, creating a self-perpetuating system that attracted the most talented performers while providing perfect cover for the darker activities that justified its existence. The selection process that Haley developed for identifying potential talents represented a masterpiece of systematic evaluation that combined showmanship with scientific assessment. Prospective performers were invited to audition for the circus through competitions and talent searches that appeared to be routine business practices, but actually served as comprehensive examinations of physical capability, psychological resilience, and social isolation. Those who demonstrated exceptional acrobatic skills were subjected to increasingly demanding tests that evaluated not only their athletic potential, but their capacity for violence and their vulnerability to the kind of psychological manipulation that talon conditioning required. The most promising candidates were gradually separated from their families and communities through a process that appeared natural and voluntary, but was actually carefully orchestrated to eliminate potential sources of emotional attachment or conflicting loyalty. Young performers who showed exceptional promise were offered special training opportunities that required them to travel separately from their families, advanced instruction that would prepare them for starring roles in future performances. These opportunities were presented as honors and privileges, chances for talented individuals to achieve success that would reflect well on their entire family while providing financial security that circus life rarely offered. The families who allowed their children to participate in these special programs were motivated by genuine love and desire to provide opportunities for advancement. Yet they were also systematically deceived about the true nature of what their children would experience and the impossibility of their ever returning to normal circus life. The court's representatives were skilled at identifying parents whose economic desperation or personal ambitions made them susceptible to offers that seemed too good to refuse, while also recognizing those who possessed the kind of protective instincts that would require more sophisticated manipulation or elimination. The conditioning process that transformed promising young acrobats into deadly assassins took place at specialized facilities that were disguised as elite training academies for circus performers, institutions that maintained the appearance of legitimate educational enterprises, while conducting the systematic psychological reconstruction that created talons. These facilities were staffed by instructors who were themselves former circus performers, individuals who understood the culture and traditions of their students, while possessing the knowledge and ruthlessness necessary to destroy those traditions and replace them with absolute loyalty to the court. The physical training that prospective Talons received built upon the acrobatic skills they had already developed, while adding elements of combat, stealth, and assassination that transformed their athletic abilities into weapons of precision and lethality. They learned to use their agility and balance not merely for entertainment but for infiltration and escape, to apply their strength and coordination not just for impressive displays, but for silent killing and efficient disposal of evidence. Most importantly, they learned to separate their performance persona from their operational identity, maintaining the ability to appear as harmless entertainers, while possessing capabilities that exceeded those of professional soldiers. The psychological conditioning was far more invasive and destructive than the physical training, requiring the complete elimination of personal identity and emotional attachment in favor of perfect obedience to court directives. The young performers who entered these programs possessed normal human feelings of love, fear, ambition, and moral conscience that had to be systematically identified and destroyed before they could be replaced with the artificial motivations and responses that defined a fully conditioned Talon. This process was accomplished through techniques that combined extreme physical stress with psychological manipulation, creating conditions where the subject's original personalities would fragment and dissolve, leaving behind clean slates upon which new identities could be constructed. The instructors who conducted this conditioning understood that the destruction of human personality was not simply a matter of inflicting sufficient trauma, though trauma was certainly employed as one tool among many. Rather, it required a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and the specific vulnerabilities that could be exploited to achieve complete mental reconstruction. They studied their subjects carefully, identifying the particular fears, desires, and attachments that defined their individual characters, then systematically used that knowledge to create experiences that would shatter their subjects' faith in themselves, their relationships, and their understanding of reality itself. The most effective techniques involved the corruption of positive emotions and experiences, rather than simple infliction of pain or terror. Subjects were allowed to form emotional attachments to instructors or fellow students, then forced to witness or participate in the betrayal or destruction of those relationships. They were encouraged to take pride in their developing skills and abilities, then subjected to humiliating failures that demonstrated their complete dependence upon their instructor's approval. They were given hope of eventual reunion with their families or return to normal circus life, then provided with fabricated evidence that their loved ones had abandoned or forgotten them. The process typically required several years to complete, during which the subjects gradually lost all connection to their original identities, while developing new psychological structures that existed solely to serve the court's purposes. The young acrobats who had entered the program with dreams of starring in circus performances emerged as perfect killing machines who retained their physical skills and basic intelligence while possessing no emotional attachments or moral constraints that might interfere with their assigned missions. They could still perform as entertainers when their cover identities required it, but their true purpose was death dealt with artistic precision. The tragedy of William Cobb's transformation from promising young performer to the court's most deadly assassin exemplifies both the effectiveness of this system and the human cost that its operations extracted from those who became caught within its machinery. Cobb had been among the most talented acrobats of his generation, possessing natural grace and athleticism that would have guaranteed him success in legitimate circus work, while also making him an ideal candidate for the court's more specialized needs. His recruitment followed the standard pattern, with invitations to advanced training that seemed to offer opportunities for professional advancement, while actually serving as the first steps toward complete psychological reconstruction. The conditioning that Cobb underwent was particularly intensive because his natural leadership qualities and strong personality required more systematic destruction than average subjects typically needed. He possessed the kind of moral courage and emotional intelligence that could potentially inspire resistance among other recruits if it was not completely eliminated, making him both an exceptionally valuable asset and an unusually dangerous risk throughout his training period. The instructors who worked with him employed techniques that were refined through generations of experience, yet they also had to innovate new approaches to deal with the specific challenges that his character presented. The final stage of Cobb's transformation involved the complete severing of his connection to his former life and identity through a carefully orchestrated revelation that everything he had believed about himself and his family was false. He was shown fabricated evidence that his parents had sold him to the circus, not from love or hope for his advancement, but from simple greed, that they had actively collaborated with the court in his recruitment while expressing satisfaction at being relieved of the burden of supporting him. This revelation was timed to occur at the moment when his psychological defenses were already weakened by months of conditioning, ensuring that it would achieve maximum destructive impact. The successful transformation of William Cobb into the court's premier Talon established the template that would be followed for generations of subsequent recruits, demonstrating both the viability of circus-based recruitment and the effectiveness of the conditioning techniques that had been developed through years of experimentation and refinement. His subsequent career as an assassin would span decades and involve dozens of successful missions, making him living proof that the investment required to create perfect killers could be justified through their long-term operational value. The expansion of Haley's Circus into a network of affiliated shows and training facilities represented the logical evolution of a system that had proved its effectiveness through years of successful operation. The court recognized that a single circus, however well managed, could not provide sufficient recruitment opportunities to meet their growing need for specialized operatives as their influence expanded beyond Gotham into regional and eventually national spheres of operation. They required a systematic approach that could identify and process talented candidates throughout the territories where they sought to establish control. The network that developed under Haley's coordination included dozens of supposedly independent circuses and traveling shows, each of which maintained its own legitimate entertainment operations while also serving as recruitment centers for the court's shadow activities. These affiliated operations were managed by individuals who had been trained in the same techniques that Haley employed, former circus performers who understood the culture they were exploiting, while possessing the ruthlessness necessary to separate children from families when suitable candidates were identified. The coordination between these various operations was maintained through systems that appeared to be routine business communication, but actually served to share intelligence about promising performers, coordinate recruitment activities to avoid conflicts or exposure, and distribute processed talons to the locations where they would be most effective. The network operated with the efficiency of a well-managed business enterprise, while conducting activities that violated every principle of human decency and moral law. The international expansion of the court's circus-based recruitment system brought their operations into contact with traveling shows throughout Europe and eventually other continents, creating a global network that could identify and acquire exceptional performers regardless of their nationality or cultural background. This expansion was facilitated by the natural connections that existed within the circus community. The traditional relationships between shows that allowed for exchange of performers, sharing of techniques, and coordination of travel routes that avoided unnecessary competition. The European circuses that became part of this network brought with them traditions and techniques that enhanced the effectiveness of the recruitment and conditioning processes that had been developed in America. They contributed knowledge of psychological manipulation that had been refined through centuries of European political intrigue, physical training methods that incorporated elements of military and aristocratic education, and cultural traditions that provided additional cover for activities that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention from law enforcement or social reform movements. The most sophisticated of these international operations were centered in regions where political instability and economic hardship created large populations of displaced persons who could disappear without triggering extensive investigations. The circuses operating in these areas served humanitarian functions by providing employment and community for individuals who had lost their homes and families to war or persecution. Yet they also exploited the desperation and isolation of these populations to identify candidates for transformation into instruments of violence and control. The long-term impact of the circus network on the communities it touched extended far beyond the individuals who were directly recruited for talent conditioning. The systematic removal of the most talented and promising young performers from legitimate circus families created generational gaps in knowledge and skill that weakened the entire tradition of traveling entertainment. Families who lost their children to the court's programs often suffered economic and emotional devastation that rippled through their communities, creating cycles of poverty and dysfunction that made subsequent recruitment even easier. The corruption of circus culture itself was perhaps even more damaging than the individual tragedies that the recruitment process created. The knowledge that any talented young performer might disappear into specialized training programs that seemed to offer advancement, but actually led to something far darker, created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that poisoned relationships between families, between generations, and between different shows that had previously cooperated and supported each other. The near recruitment of Dick Grayson represents both the culmination of the court's systematic corruption of circus culture and the beginning of its eventual downfall, demonstrating how their perfectly designed system could be disrupted by the unpredictable intervention of genuine heroism and moral courage. The tragedy that claimed the lives of John and Mary Grayson was orchestrated according to the same template that had been employed countless times throughout the network's history, creating the conditions of orphanhood and emotional trauma that made subjects most vulnerable to recruitment and conditioning. The performance that served as the Grayson family's final act was sabotaged through methods that had been refined through decades of practice, techniques that created accidents that appeared genuinely accidental, while ensuring that the specific individuals targeted for elimination would be killed, while their children survived to be processed according to established protocols. The court's operatives who arranged this tragedy possessed detailed knowledge of circus equipment and safety procedures that allowed them to create failures that would not be detected by routine investigations, ensuring that the deaths would be classified as accidents rather than murders. The recruitment of young Dick Grayson should have proceeded according to the standard pattern that had proved successful in countless previous cases. The traumatized child would be offered comfort and support by representatives of the circus community who were actually court operatives, gradually separated from any remaining family connections or community support systems, and eventually transported to specialized training facilities where his natural athletic abilities and emotional vulnerability would be transformed into the perfect combination of skill and loyalty that defined a fully conditioned Talon. The intervention of Bruce Wayne in this process represented an unprecedented disruption of the court's carefully planned operations, introducing variables that their systematic approach had not anticipated and could not easily accommodate. Wayne's adoption of the boy was motivated by genuine compassion and recognition of shared tragedy, emotions, and motivations that existed completely outside the calculating framework that governed court operations. His resources and determination created protection for Dick Grayson that the court could not easily overcome without risking exposure of their broader activities. The failure to acquire Dick Grayson forced the court to confront the limitations of their recruitment system for the first time in generations, revealing that their seemingly perfect methodology could be disrupted by individuals who operated according to principles that their utilitarian philosophy could not predict or counter. The presence of genuine heroism and selfless commitment to protecting the innocent created complications that their elaborate planning had not considered, suggesting that their control over events was not as complete as they had believed. The knowledge that one of their intended recruits had escaped their network and was being raised by the Wayne family created long-term concerns for the court that would influence their planning and operations for decades to come. They understood that Dick Grayson possessed detailed knowledge of circus culture and traditions that could potentially be used to identify and expose their recruitment operations, while his connection to the Wayne family placed him in a position where such knowledge might be shared with individuals who possessed the resources and motivation to act upon it effectively. The decision to allow Dick Grayson to remain with his adoptive family rather than taking more aggressive action to complete his recruitment reflected the court's recognition that their network had been compromised in ways that required careful assessment and strategic adjustment. The immediate benefits of acquiring another Talon were outweighed by the risks of exposure that aggressive action might create, particularly given the Wayne family's prominence and the attention that their affairs naturally attracted from law enforcement and media organizations. The systematic review of recruitment operations that followed the Grayson incident led to modifications in procedures and protocols that were designed to prevent similar failures while maintaining the effectiveness of the network as a failures whole. These changes included enhanced background investigations of potential targets, improved coordination with legitimate law enforcement to ensure that accidents would not trigger extended investigations, and the development of contingency plans for dealing with unexpected interventions by individuals with the resources and determination to disrupt their activities. Yet the fundamental vulnerability that the Grayson case had revealed could not be eliminated through procedural modifications or improved planning. The court's entire system depended upon operating in a world where genuine heroism was rare and selfless protection of the innocent was sufficiently unusual that it could be discounted as a significant factor in operational planning. The existence of individuals who would sacrifice their own interests to protect strangers, who possessed both the moral courage to recognize evil and the practical capabilities to oppose it effectively, represented a challenge that their utilitarian philosophy could acknowledge but could never fully address. The legacy of Haley's circus and the recruitment network that developed around it would continue to influence the court's operations long after the specific system had been modified and adapted to address the vulnerabilities that the Grayson incident had revealed. The techniques and methodologies that had been perfected through generations of systematic child trafficking would be applied to other recruitment sources and operational contexts, ensuring that the knowledge gained through decades of human experimentation would not be lost even when the particular institutions that had generated it were no longer viable. The circus performers who had been transformed into Talons during the network's most active period would remain available for activation throughout their artificially extended lifespans, representing a reservoir of trained operatives whose skills and loyalty had been purchased through the suffering of countless families and communities. Their existence stood as permanent testimony to the effectiveness of systematic evil and the human cost that such effectiveness required. living monuments to the court's willingness to sacrifice any principle or relationship in pursuit of their vision of perfect control. In the end, the story of Haley's Circus and its role in the Court of Owls operations serves as a reminder that the most horrifying evils are often those that corrupt and exploit humanity's most noble impulses, that transform institutions dedicated to joy and wonder into instruments of suffering and death. The circus that should have been a source of dreams and inspiration became instead a nightmare that consumed generations of talented young performers, proving that no tradition or culture is immune to corruption when it encounters minds sophisticated enough to recognize and exploit its vulnerabilities. In the grand design of any city built to endure across centuries, architecture serves purposes far beyond the simple provision of shelter and the organization of human activity, becoming instead a physical manifestation of the values, aspirations, and hidden intentions of those who possess the power to shape stone and steel according to their vision. Yet in few places has this relationship between built environment and concealed purpose been more systematically exploited than in the urban landscape of Gotham City, where generations of the Court of Owls have woven their influence into the very foundations, walls, and hidden spaces that define the metropolis, creating a shadow city that exists parallel to and concealed within the structures that ordinary citizens see and inhabit daily. The architectural conspiracy that the court embedded within Gotham's development began with the earliest colonial buildings and continued through every subsequent era of construction and renovation, ensuring that their hidden infrastructure would grow and evolve alongside the legitimate city while remaining invisible to those who lacked the knowledge and access necessary to perceive its existence. This was not merely a matter of constructing secret rooms or hidden passages, though such features were certainly included in their plans, but rather the creation of an entire parallel urban system that served their operational needs while maintaining perfect camouflage within the conventional architecture that surrounded and concealed it. The symbolic language that the court employed in their architectural influence operated on multiple levels of meaning and recognition, creating visual cues and references that could be read by initiated members while remaining meaningless decorative elements to uninformed observers. The owl motif that appeared throughout Gotham's built environment served as both identification marker and territorial claim, establishing the court's presence in locations where their influence was strongest, while also serving as subtle warnings to those who might understand their significance. These symbolic elements were incorporated into building designs through the apparently innocent decisions of architects, sculptors, and decorative artists who were either court members themselves or individuals whose work was commissioned and directed by those who served the organization's interests. The placement of owl imagery in gargoyles, weather vanes, door handles, window frames, and countless other architectural details created a visual network that mapped the extent of court influence, while also providing practical communication tools for operatives who needed to identify safe houses, meeting locations, and operational facilities. The gargoyles that adorned Gotham's most prominent buildings were perhaps the most sophisticated example of this symbolic architecture, serving functional purposes that extended far beyond their traditional role as decorative waterspouts or protective talismans. Each gargoyle was positioned according to careful calculations of sightlines and visibility, creating observation points that allowed court operatives to monitor street-level activities while remaining undetected in their elevated positions. The owl-featured gargoyles were particularly important, marking locations where hidden entrances or communication systems could be found by those who knew how to look for them. The famous 13 gargoyles of the original Wayne Tower represented both the pinnacle of this symbolic architecture and the source of ongoing tension between the Wayne family and the Court of Owls. The 12 visible gargoyles that welcomed visitors arriving by land and sea were conventional decorative elements that served their intended ceremonial function. Yet, the hidden 13th gargoyle that faced the sky spoke to older traditions and concealed purposes that connected the Wayne family to networks of influence and obligation that extended far beyond their public philanthropic activities. The existence of this 13th gargoyle had been a source of family debate for generations, with some Waynes viewing it as a harmless architectural curiosity or tribute to aviation pioneers, while others recognized it as evidence of their family's complex relationship with forces that preferred to remain hidden from public scrutiny. The gargoyle's position and orientation were calculated to provide visual communication with specific locations throughout the city, creating a signaling system that could be employed for coordination between court operatives during crisis situations or major operations. Alan Wayne's growing paranoia about owl-related threats and his systematic attempts to counter court influence through architectural modifications represented the most sustained resistance that the organization had faced from within the Wayne family structure. His understanding of their symbolic language and operational methods, gained through years of careful observation and investigation, enabled him to identify and neutralize many of the hidden features that previous generations had incorporated into Wayne family buildings. Though his efforts were ultimately limited by his inability to address the broader network that extended throughout the city, the modifications that Alan Wayne implemented in Wayne family properties included the sealing of hidden passages, the removal or alteration of symbolic decorative elements, and most famously, the decision to eliminate 13th floors from buildings under Wayne family control. This last measure was presented to the public as a response to superstitions about unlucky numbers, yet its true purpose was to deny the court access to the hidden meeting spaces and operational centers that they had traditionally maintained in these concealed levels. The court's response to Alan Wayne's architectural resistance involved both direct retaliation against his person and systematic efforts to restore their access to the buildings and infrastructure that his modifications had denied them. Their operatives included skilled craftsmen and construction workers who could conduct renovation and restoration projects that appeared to address legitimate maintenance needs while actually reinstalling the hidden features that Wayne's paranoia had eliminated. These restoration efforts were often conducted under cover of routine building maintenance or historical preservation projects that attracted little attention from authorities or media organizations. The 13th floors that became central to the court's hidden infrastructure throughout Gotham were masterpieces of concealed architecture that demonstrated both their sophisticated understanding of building design and their willingness to invest enormous resources in creating facilities that might remain unused for decades before their operational value was realized. These hidden levels existed in a state of architectural limbo, officially non-existent due to superstitions about the unlucky number, yet physically present within the building structures and accessible through systems of hidden elevators, concealed stairways, and disguised maintenance passages. The design of these 13th floors reflected their multiple operational requirements, incorporating meeting spaces that could accommodate the full court membership for ceremonial gatherings, training facilities where talents could maintain their skills during periods of inactivity, storage areas for weapons, equipment, and the specialized materials required for talon preservation, and communication centers that allowed coordination with other court facilities throughout the city and beyond. Each 13th floor was essentially a complete operational base that could function independently if necessary, while also serving as a component in the larger network that connected all court facilities. The construction of these hidden floors required the collaboration of architects, engineers, and construction workers who were either court members or individuals whose loyalty had been secured through financial incentives blackmail, or other forms of coercion. The projects demanded exceptional skill in structural engineering to ensure that the additional floors could be supported without creating visible evidence of their existence. Sophisticated mechanical systems to provide utilities and climate control without connecting to building systems that might be monitored, and innovative approaches to soundproofing and vibration control that would prevent activities on the hidden floors from being detected by occupants of legitimate levels. The tunnel systems that connected these 13th floors represented perhaps the most ambitious aspect of the court's architectural conspiracy, creating a transportation network that allowed their operatives to move throughout the city without using public streets or conventional building entrances that might expose them to observation or identification. These underground passages were constructed over decades through a combination of legitimate utility projects, building foundation work, and clandestine excavation operations that were carefully coordinated to avoid detection by city authorities or engineering inspections. The engineering challenges involved in creating this tunnel network were formidable, requiring detailed knowledge of Gotham's underground infrastructure, careful coordination with existing utility systems, and innovative solutions to problems of drainage, ventilation, and structural stability that arose from excavating extensive passages beneath a densely built urban environment. The court's operatives included master engineers and construction specialists who possessed both the technical expertise necessary to address these challenges and the discretion required to conduct such work without attracting attention from legitimate authorities. The concealment of tunnel entrances and access points throughout the city required the same attention to symbolic language and architectural camouflage that characterized all court construction projects. Hidden doors were incorporated into decorative elements, maintenance facilities, and architectural features that appeared to serve conventional purposes, while actually providing access to the underground network. The locations of these entrances were marked through the same symbolic systems that identified other court facilities, allowing authorized personnel to locate and utilize the transportation network, while ensuring that unauthorized individuals would be unable to discover or access it. The labyrinth that would eventually serve as Batman's prison during his first direct confrontation with the court represented the most psychologically sophisticated application of architectural manipulation that the organization had ever attempted, demonstrating their understanding that physical spaces could be designed to induce specific mental and emotional states in those who were subjected to them. The labyrinth's construction incorporated principles of sensory deprivation, spatial disorientation, and psychological pressure that had been developed through centuries of experimentation with prisoners and test subjects. The design of the labyrinth drew upon ancient traditions of maze construction while incorporating modern understanding of psychology and neuroscience to create an environment that would systematically break down the mental defenses and rational thinking processes of anyone trapped within it. The passages were calculated to induce feelings of claustrophobia and helplessness. The lighting was designed to strain the eyes and create visual distortions, and the acoustic properties were engineered to amplify sounds in ways that would heighten anxiety and paranoia. The specific route through the labyrinth was planned to expose prisoners to a carefully orchestrated sequence of psychological triggers and traumatic revelations that would gradually strip away their sense of identity and moral certainty. The photographs of previous victims served both as evidence of the court's power and as psychological weapons designed to convince new prisoners that resistance was futile, while the various chambers and installations provided opportunities for different forms of mental torture and conditioning. The fountain that served as the labyrinth's central feature incorporated the same symbolic language that appeared throughout court architecture, while also serving practical functions related to the psychological manipulation of prisoners. The owl imagery established the court's ownership of the space, while the flowing water created acoustic effects that enhanced the disorienting properties of the environment. The fountain's construction also concealed the chemical dosing systems that allowed the court to administer drugs and other substances to prisoners without their knowledge or consent. The monitoring systems that allowed the court to observe and record prisoner behavior throughout the labyrinth were integrated into the architectural structure in ways that made detection virtually impossible, utilizing fiber optic technology, miniaturized cameras, and acoustic sensors that were built into the walls, ceiling, and decorative elements. These surveillance systems provided comprehensive coverage of all prisoner activities while also allowing court members to intervene at carefully timed moments to maximize the psychological impact of their revelations and threats. The escape route that Batman eventually discovered represented both a weakness in the labyrinth's design and evidence of the court's arrogance in assuming that no prisoner would possess the knowledge and determination necessary to exploit it. The architectural flaw that allowed the explosion to create an exit path had been present since the labyrinth's construction. Yet the court's confidence in their psychological conditioning methods had led them to believe that no prisoner would retain sufficient rational thinking ability to identify and exploit such opportunities. The broader network of court facilities that existed throughout Gotham included not only the 13th floors and underground tunnels, but also specialized installations designed for specific operational requirements that could not be accommodated within conventional building spaces. These facilities included training centers where new talons underwent conditioning, preservation chambers where inactive talons were maintained in suspended animation, research laboratories where the electrum compound and other specialized materials were developed and refined, and secure storage areas where the court's archives and treasures were protected. The camouflage techniques employed to conceal these specialized facilities demonstrated the same sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social dynamics that characterized all court operations. Research laboratories were disguised as legitimate scientific institutions or medical facilities. Training centers appeared to be exclusive private schools or athletic academies, and storage facilities masqueraded as warehouses, museums, or religious institutions that would attract little attention from authorities or curious citizens. The maintenance of this extensive hidden infrastructure required ongoing coordination between legitimate construction and repair services and clandestine court operatives who could address problems and conduct upgrades without exposing the court on true nature of the facilities they serviced. The court's network included skilled technicians, engineers, and craftsmen who possessed both the professional capabilities necessary to maintain complex architectural systems and the absolute loyalty required to keep their activities secret regardless of the pressures or incentives they might face. The integration of modern technology into the court's architectural infrastructure posed both opportunities and challenges for an organization whose operational methods had been developed during pre-electronic eras. The installation of computer systems, digital surveillance equipment, and sophisticated communication networks required the involvement of technical specialists who might not share the traditional cultural values and generational loyalties that had historically ensured court security, creating potential vulnerabilities that had to be carefully managed through recruitment, conditioning, or elimination of individuals who possess dangerous knowledge. The response to these technological challenges involved the development of new recruitment and conditioning methods, specifically designed to address the unique characteristics of modern technical personnel, while also creating redundant systems and compartmentalized operations that would limit the damage that any single compromise might cause. The court's adaptation to the electronic age demonstrated their organizational flexibility while also revealing the growing complexity of maintaining absolute secrecy in an increasingly interconnected world. The architectural legacy of the court's influence on Gotham's development extends far beyond the specific buildings and facilities that they constructed for their own use, encompassing the broader impact of their hidden involvement in urban planning decisions, zoning regulations, and development policies that shape the character of the entire city. Their ability to influence these processes through legitimate political and economic channels allowed them to create urban environments that served their operational needs while appearing to result from normal democratic decision-making and market forces. The neighborhoods that developed under court influence reflected their understanding of social control and population management, with residential patterns, commercial development, and public space design all calculated to support their surveillance and operational requirements while minimizing the likelihood of organized resistance or independent investigation. The placement of schools, libraries, community centers, and other public institutions was coordinated with the location of court facilities to provide optimal coverage for recruitment and monitoring activities. The preservation of historical buildings and architectural landmarks throughout Gotham often served court interests by maintaining access to facilities and symbolic elements that had been embedded in the urban landscape during earlier periods of construction. Historic preservation projects provided opportunities to conduct renovation work that could restore or enhance hidden features while appearing to serve legitimate cultural and educational purposes that attracted public support and official approval. The relationship between Gotham's visible architecture and its hidden court infrastructure created an urban environment that functioned simultaneously as a normal modern city and as a massive operational facility for one of history's most sophisticated secret organizations. Citizens who lived and worked in buildings that contained court facilities remained unaware of the activities that occurred in hidden spaces above, below, and beside their daily routines, while court operatives moved through tunnel systems and concealed passages that paralleled and intersected with the public transportation and utility networks that served the legitimate city. The psychological impact of this architectural deception extended beyond its practical operational value to encompass the broader effects of living in an environment where reality was not what it appeared to be, where the familiar and trusted structures of daily life concealed purposes and activities that contradicted every assumption about safety, privacy, and democratic governance. The court's architectural conspiracy created a form of urban paranoia that influenced the character of Gotham itself, generating the atmosphere of hidden menace and unspoken threats that would eventually attract and shape the vigilante responses that the city became famous for. The discovery and exploration of this hidden architecture by Batman and other investigators would ultimately provide the evidence necessary to understand the full scope of the court's influence, while also revealing the vulnerabilities that their reliance on fixed installations and predictable infrastructure had created. The same architectural sophistication that had made the court virtually undetectable for centuries would become a source of weakness once their symbolic language was decoded and their operational patterns were mapped by individuals who possessed both the technical knowledge and moral courage necessary to challenge their authority. The ongoing evolution of Gotham's architecture continues to reflect the tension between the court's desire to maintain their hidden infrastructure and the city's natural development pressures, creating opportunities for new concealment techniques while also generating risks of exposure through construction projects, renovation work, and infrastructure upgrades that might reveal facilities and systems that were designed to remain permanently hidden. The architectural conspiracy that began with colonial buildings and continued through every subsequent era of urban development represents a permanent element of Gotham's character that will continue to influence its development regardless of the specific individuals or organizations that seek to exploit or expose its secrets. In the darkest annals of human manipulation and systematic destruction of the soul, few processes have achieved the horrifying perfection of efficiency that characterizes the transformation of innocent human beings into the weapons of death known as talons, those undead assassins whose very existence represents the ultimate triumph of scientific methodology applied to the complete eradication of conscience, compassion, and individual will. The creation of these creatures requires not merely the application of exotic chemicals and advanced preservation techniques, but the systematic dismantling of everything that makes a person human, followed by the careful reconstruction of consciousness, according to specifications that serve only the Court of Owl's vision of perfect obedience and lethal capability. The selection process that identifies potential candidates for talon transformation operates according to criteria that have been refined through centuries of experimentation and observation, creating a systematic evaluation framework that can assess not only physical capabilities and psychological vulnerabilities, but also the more subtle characteristics that determine whether a subject can survive the conditioning process, while retaining sufficient cognitive function to serve complex operational requirements. The ideal candidate possesses exceptional athletic ability combined with emotional isolation, intellectual capacity paired with psychological malleability, and most importantly, the kind of spiritual emptiness that allows complete personality reconstruction without the risk of unexpected resistance or psychological fragmentation that could compromise operational effectiveness. The physical requirements for talon candidates reflect the demanding nature of the missions they will be expected to perform, requiring individuals whose natural capabilities approach or exceed the limits of normal human potential, while also possessing the kind of bodily resilience that can withstand the trauma of death and resurrection without suffering, permanent degradation of motor skills, or sensory acuity. Candidates must demonstrate exceptional strength, speed, agility, and endurance through rigorous testing that appears to be routine athletic evaluation, but actually serves to identify those whose physiology can accommodate the radical modifications that talon creation requires. The psychological profile of suitable candidates is far more complex and difficult to evaluate than their physical characteristics, requiring assessments that can penetrate beneath surface personality traits to identify the deeper mental structures that will determine how individuals respond to the extreme stress and systematic manipulation that conditioning involves. The most suitable subjects are those who have already experienced significant trauma or loss that has created emotional vulnerabilities, yet who have also developed sufficient psychological resilience to function effectively under pressure and maintain coherent thought patterns, even when subjected to intense physical and mental stress. The recruitment phase of talon creation begins long before candidates are made aware of their selection, involving extensive surveillance and evaluation that maps their daily routines, social connections, personal fears, and secret desires in preparation for the carefully orchestrated events that will isolate them from their previous lives, while creating conditions that make them receptive to court intervention. This preliminary phase can extend for months or even years, as court operatives gather the intelligence necessary to design personalized conditioning programs that will exploit each candidate's specific psychological vulnerabilities, while also eliminating potential sources of resistance or emotional attachment that might interfere with their transformation. The abduction of selected candidates is conducted through methods that appear to result from accident, criminal activity, or personal choice, rather than systematic kidnapping, ensuring that disappearances will not trigger intensive investigations that might threaten court security, while also eliminating the possibility that candidates might be rescued by family members or authorities before conditioning can be completed. These abductions are timed to coincide with periods of emotional vulnerability or social isolation when candidates are most likely to accept offers of assistance or protection, while also ensuring that their absence will be explained through circumstances that discourage extensive searching or investigation. The initial phase of conditioning takes place in facilities that are designed to appear as rescue centers, medical institutions, or educational programs, environments that reinforce candidates' belief that they are being helped rather than exploited, while beginning the systematic process of psychological evaluation and manipulation that will prepare them for more intensive conditioning. During this phase, candidates are subjected to comprehensive medical examinations that serve both legitimate diagnostic purposes and more sinister research objectives, as court scientists gather the physiological data necessary to calculate optimal dosages of the electrum compound and other substances that will be required for their eventual transformation. The psychological conditioning that begins during this initial phase operates through techniques that combine apparent therapeutic intervention with subtle manipulation, designed to weaken candidates' sense of personal identity, emotional independence. Subjects are encouraged to discuss their traumatic experiences and personal fears with counselors who are actually court operatives, trained in advanced psychological manipulation, sessions that appear to provide emotional support while actually gathering intelligence about mental vulnerabilities that can be exploited during later stages of conditioning. The systematic isolation of candidates from their previous social connections is accomplished through techniques that make subjects complicit in their own separation from family and friends, gradually convincing them that their previous relationships were sources of weakness or trauma that must be abandoned in favor of new connections with court personnel who understand and support their development. This isolation is reinforced through carefully staged incidents that appear to demonstrate the betrayal or abandonment of subjects by their previous associates, creating emotional wounds that court operatives can then offer to heal through loyalty and obedience to their new community. The intermediate phase of conditioning involves the gradual introduction of physical training and mental exercises that begin to reshape candidates' capabilities and thought patterns according to Talon specifications, while also serving as ongoing assessments of their progress and potential for successful transformation. This training is presented as preparation for special missions or advanced responsibilities that require exceptional skill and dedication, appealing to candidates' desire for purpose and recognition, while actually serving to condition them for the specific operational requirements they will face as assassins. The physical conditioning that takes place during this phase builds upon candidates' existing athletic abilities, while introducing combat techniques, stealth methods, and weapon skills that transform their bodies into instruments of death and infiltration. The training regimens are designed to push subjects beyond normal human limits, while also testing their psychological responses to violence and suffering, identifying those who possess the necessary combination of physical capability and emotional detachment that effective assassination requires. The mental conditioning that accompanies physical training involves exercises in concentration, memory, and psychological control that appear to enhance candidates' intellectual capabilities while actually preparing them for the complete suppression of conscience and independent moral judgment that Talon operations require. Subjects learn meditation techniques that are actually methods of dissociation, memory exercises that prepare them to compartmentalize traumatic experiences, and concentration practices that enable them to function effectively while suppressing normal emotional responses to violence and suffering. The advanced phase of conditioning involves the systematic destruction of candidates' original personalities through techniques that combine extreme physical stress with targeted psychological manipulation, creating conditions where their existing sense of self will fragment and dissolve, leaving behind mental structures that can be rebuilt according to court specifications. This phase typically involves isolation in environments designed to induce sensory deprivation, sleep disruption, and nutritional stress, while subjects are subjected to propaganda, hypnosis, and chemical treatments that accelerate the breakdown of existing psychological patterns. The destruction of personal identity that occurs during this phase is accomplished through carefully orchestrated experiences that force candidates to confront the meaninglessness of their previous lives, while demonstrating the futility of resistance to court authority. Subjects are shown fabricated evidence of betrayal by loved ones, exposed to philosophical arguments about the necessity of absolute obedience to superior wisdom, and subjected to physical and psychological torments that continue until they accept complete dependence upon their captors for physical survival and emotional stability. The reconstruction of personality that follows the destruction of candidates' original identities involves the systematic installation of new behavioral patterns, emotional responses, and moral frameworks that serve court operational requirements, while also providing subjects with sufficient psychological stability to function as effective operatives. This reconstruction process is guided by detailed psychological profiles that specify the exact combination of traits and capabilities that each individual Talon will require for their assigned missions and operational roles. The new identities that emerge from this reconstruction process retain selected elements of candidates' original personalities and memories, particularly those related to specialized skills or knowledge that enhance their operational effectiveness, while eliminating emotional attachments, moral constraints, and independent thinking patterns that might interfere with perfect obedience to court directives. The resulting personalities are artificial constructs that combine human intelligence and capability with mechanical predictability and absolute loyalty, creating beings that appear human while lacking the essential qualities that define humanity. The chemical treatments that play a crucial role in Talon conditioning involve sophisticated applications of the electrum compound and related substances that alter brain chemistry and cellular metabolism in ways that enhance physical capabilities, while also creating psychological dependencies that reinforce behavioral conditioning. These treatments are administered through carefully calculated schedules that coordinate with other conditioning techniques to maximize their impact on subjects' mental and physical transformation. The electrum compound itself represents one of the court's most significant scientific achievements, a substance that combines metallic mercury with organic compounds and exotic additives to create a chemical system that can preserve human tissue indefinitely while also enhancing strength, speed, reflexes, and healing capabilities far beyond normal human limits. The compound's effects on brain chemistry are particularly important for Talon conditioning, as it creates neurological changes that reduce emotional responsiveness and increase susceptibility to behavioral programming, while also enabling the kind of dissociative states that allow subjects to perform violent actions without experiencing normal psychological trauma. The administration of electrum treatments requires precise medical supervision and continuous monitoring of subjects' physiological responses, as the compound's effects can vary significantly based on individual metabolism, existing health conditions, and psychological state. The medical personnel who conduct these treatments are among the court's most trusted operatives, possessing both the technical expertise necessary to manage complex chemical protocols and the moral flexibility required to participate in systematic human experimentation without experiencing ethical conflicts. The physical modifications that result from electrum treatment extend far beyond simple enhancement of existing human capabilities to include fundamental changes in cellular structure, metabolic processes, and neurological function that create beings whose physiology operates according to different principles than normal human biology. Treated subjects develop enhanced resistance to physical damage, accelerated healing capabilities, and most importantly, the ability to survive and recover from injuries that would be fatal to ordinary humans, including the complete cessation of vital signs that defines clinical death. The resurrection protocols that enable Talons to return from death represent perhaps the most sophisticated application of the court's scientific knowledge, requiring precise coordination of chemical treatments, electrical stimulation, and environmental controls to restore consciousness and motor function to subjects whose bodies have experienced varying degrees of decomposition and cellular damage. These protocols have been refined through extensive experimentation on both volunteer and involuntary subjects, creating standardized procedures that can reliably restore Talons to operational effectiveness regardless of the specific circumstances of their death. The psychological impact of death and resurrection on Talon consciousness creates additional conditioning effects that reinforce their loyalty and obedience, while also eliminating many of the fears and limitations that constrain normal human behavior. Subjects who have experienced death lose their instinctive fear of mortality while gaining a perspective on existence that reduces their emotional attachment to life and increases their willingness to sacrifice themselves for operational objectives. This psychological transformation is often more important than the physical enhancements that electrum treatment provides, as it creates the kind of mental state that enables perfect assassins. The maintenance protocols that preserve inactive Talons during extended periods between missions involve complex life support systems that maintain minimal biological function while preventing the degradation of enhanced capabilities that electrum treatment provides. These preservation systems are housed in specialized facilities that combine elements of medical intensive care units with cryogenic storage technology, creating environments that can maintain dozens of Talons in states of suspended animation that can continue for decades or centuries without significant deterioration of their operational capabilities. The awakening procedures that restore preserved Talons to active status require careful coordination of chemical, electrical, and thermal stimulation designed to reactivate metabolic processes and restore consciousness without causing the kind of system shock that might damage their enhanced capabilities or psychological conditioning. These procedures must also include cognitive testing and behavioral assessment to ensure that extended preservation has not affected subjects' memories, skills, or loyalty, while also providing refresher training to address any changes in operational requirements or techniques that have occurred during their dormancy. The hierarchical organization of active Talons reflects both their individual capabilities and the specific operational roles they have been designed to fulfill, creating a structured command system that ensures efficient coordination during complex missions, while also preventing the development of personal relationships or emotional attachments that might interfere with perfect obedience to court directives. Senior Talons who have demonstrated exceptional performance and absolute loyalty are granted limited authority over junior operatives. though all decisions of strategic importance remain under direct court control. The specialized roles that different talons are trained to fulfill include infiltration specialists, who can assume false identities and penetrate target organizations, combat experts who excel at direct confrontation and elimination of hardened targets, intelligence operatives who gather information and conduct surveillance, and support personnel who maintain equipment, provide medical assistance, and coordinate logistics for major operations. Each role requires different combinations of enhanced capabilities and specialized training, though all talons retain the basic assassination skills and psychological conditioning that define their fundamental nature. The communication systems that enable coordination between active talons and court leadership utilize a combination of technological and traditional methods designed to maintain operational security while ensuring rapid response to changing circumstances and emerging threats. These systems include encrypted radio networks, coded written messages, symbolic visual signals, and direct neural interfaces that allow senior court members to communicate directly with Talon consciousness without external observation or interception. The quality control measures that ensure Talon reliability include ongoing psychological evaluation, performance testing, and loyalty verification, designed to identify subjects whose conditioning may be weakening or whose capabilities may be degrading due to accumulated damage from repeated death and resurrection cycles. Talons who fail these evaluations are typically subjected to reconditioning treatments that restore their operational effectiveness. Those subjects whose fundamental personality structures have been compromised may require complete psychological reconstruction or disposal if restoration proves impossible. The disposal protocols for failed or compromised talons involve procedures that ensure complete elimination of subjects whose continued existence poses security risks to court operations, while also recovering valuable electrum compounds and other resources that can be recycled for use in creating new operatives. These protocols reflect the court's pragmatic approach to resource management and operational security, treating talons as valuable but ultimately expendable assets whose individual survival is less important than the organization's continued effectiveness and secrecy. The research programs that continue to refine talon creation techniques involve ongoing experimentation with new chemical compounds, conditioning methods, and enhancement procedures designed to create operatives with improved capabilities and reduced vulnerabilities. These programs utilize both volunteer subjects recruited from court membership and involuntary subjects acquired through the same methods employed for standard Talon candidates, generating a continuous stream of data that enables constant improvement in transformation techniques and operational effectiveness. The ethical frameworks that court leadership employs to justify their systematic destruction and reconstruction of human consciousness draw upon philosophical traditions that prioritize collective benefit over individual rights, arguing that the suffering of Talon candidates is justified by the greater good that their sacrifice serves in maintaining social order and protecting civilization from chaos and moral decay. These frameworks enable court members to participate in activities that would otherwise violate fundamental moral principles, providing intellectual justification for practices that serve their organizational interests, while maintaining their sense of moral superiority and righteous purpose. The long-term consequences of Talon creation for both individuals and society extend far beyond the immediate impact on subjects who undergo transformation, encompassing broader effects on families and communities that lose promising members to court recruitment, social institutions that are corrupted by court infiltration and influence, and cultural traditions that are perverted to serve organizational objectives rather than human flourishing. The systematic creation of perfect killers represents perhaps the ultimate expression of utilitarian philosophy applied to human development, demonstrating both the power and the horror of treating consciousness as raw material, to be shaped according to predetermined specifications. The legacy of the Talon creation process serves as a permanent reminder of humanity's capacity for systematic evil, when sophisticated knowledge is combined with absolute power and freedom from moral constraint, proving that the most horrifying monsters are often those created through deliberate choice rather than accident or circumstance. The court's success in creating perfect assassins represents both a technological achievement and a moral catastrophe, demonstrating that the same intelligence and dedication that could elevate human civilization can also be employed to reduce human beings to mere instruments of violence and control. In the end, the process that transforms innocent human beings into Talons stands as testimony to the fundamental truth that evil is not merely the absence of good, but rather the active corruption of good. The systematic perversion of positive human qualities like intelligence, dedication, and loyalty into instruments that serve darkness rather than light. The perfection of this transformation process represents the Court of Owls' greatest achievement and their most damning indictment, proof that they possess both the capability to recognize human potential and the moral blindness to destroy it in service of their vision of perfect order and absolute control. In the shadowed halls of power, where bloodlines determine destiny and inherited wealth purchases the privilege of shaping civilization according to private vision, few institutions have demonstrated the terrible efficiency of generational control more completely than the founding families of the Court of Owls. Those aristocratic dynasties whose names have echoed through Gotham's history like incantations, binding the city to purposes that transcend any single lifetime or individual ambition. These families understood from their earliest colonial origins that true power was not achieved through temporary political victories or brief accumulations of wealth, but rather through the patient construction of systems that would ensure their influence across centuries of social change and democratic upheaval. The Cobblepot family established their claim to court leadership through their mastery of maritime commerce and international trade, building networks of obligation and dependence that connected Gotham's economic development to their personal interests, while also providing the resources necessary to fund the organization's increasingly expensive operations. Oswald Cobblepot I had arrived in the New World with connections to European banking houses and shipping companies that enabled him to establish monopolistic control over key aspects of colonial commerce, using his privileged access to international markets to create advantages that his competitors could not match through legitimate means alone. The wealth that flowed from these commercial enterprises provided the Cobblepot family with resources that exceeded those of most royal households. Yet they understood that money alone was insufficient to guarantee permanent influence in a society that was experimenting with democratic ideals and popular sovereignty. The transformation of economic advantage into lasting political control required the kind of systematic approach to social manipulation that could only be achieved through coordination with other families who shared similar goals and possessed complementary capabilities. The marriage alliances that the Cobblepots negotiated with other founding families created bonds of mutual interest and shared obligation that transcended normal business relationships, establishing kinship networks that would ensure loyalty and cooperation across generations of potential conflict and competition. These alliances were arranged not on the basis of romantic attraction or personal compatibility, but according to careful calculations of how specific genetic combinations might produce offspring with enhanced capabilities for leadership, manipulation, and the exercise of hidden power. The Crown family brought to the court's founding coalition expertise in legal manipulation and governmental control that proved essential for establishing the shadow systems of authority that would allow their organization to function within democratic frameworks while maintaining aristocratic principles of hereditary leadership. Marcus Crown had studied law at the finest European institutions before emigrating to the colonies, bringing with him knowledge of jurisprudence and constitutional theory that enabled the drafting of legal documents and governmental structures that appeared to serve democratic purposes while actually concentrating real authority in the purpose, hands of those who understood their hidden mechanisms. The legal innovations that Crown developed for the court's use included corporate structures that could conceal the true ownership and control of vast business enterprises, trust arrangements that could preserve family wealth across multiple generations while avoiding taxation and democratic oversight, and regulatory frameworks that appeared to protect public interests while actually serving to eliminate competition and consolidate industry control in the hands of court members and their allies. The judicial influence that the Crown family cultivated through strategic placement of family members and allies in key legal positions created a parallel system of justice that could protect court interests while maintaining the appearance of impartial law enforcement. Judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement officials who owed their positions to Crown influence understood that their continued success depended upon their willingness to interpret laws and evidence in ways that served the organization's needs, while also maintaining sufficient facade of independence to avoid suspicion from democratic oversight mechanisms. The Elliot family's contributions to court leadership centered on their advanced knowledge of medicine and natural sciences, capabilities that proved crucial for developing the chemical and biological technologies that enabled talon creation, while also providing the medical expertise necessary to maintain the health and longevity of court members themselves. Thomas Elliot the Elder had trained in anatomy and chemistry at prestigious European universities, where he had been exposed to cutting-edge research in physiology and pharmacology, knowledge that he adapted for the court's specialized requirements upon his arrival in the New World. The medical advantages that the Elliot family's expertise provided to court members included life extension treatments that could add decades to natural lifespan, enhancement procedures that could improve physical and mental capabilities without obvious external signs of modification, and sophisticated diagnostic techniques that could identify genetic traits and psychological characteristics that determined suitability for various organizational roles. These medical capabilities gave the court significant advantages in recruitment, training, and long-term planning that would have been impossible to achieve through conventional means. The research facilities that the Elliot family established under cover of legitimate medical institutions became centers for the kind of experimental work that mainstream science would not develop for generations, incorporating elements of genetic manipulation, behavioral psychology, and exotic chemistry that pushed the boundaries of what contemporary knowledge considered possible. The subjects for these experiments were drawn from the same populations that provided talon candidates, ensuring that failed experiments would not trigger investigations that might threaten organizational security. The Powers family specialized in industrial development and technological innovation, bringing to the court coalition capabilities in manufacturing, engineering, and resource extraction that proved essential for creating the physical infrastructure that supported their hidden operations. Benjamin Powers had established successful mining and manufacturing enterprises that provided both legitimate business cover and access to the specialized materials and equipment that court activities required. The industrial capabilities that the Powers family contributed to court operations included metalworking facilities that could produce the exotic alloys used in talon enhancement, chemical processing plants that could manufacture the electrum compound and related substances, construction companies that could build and maintain the hidden architecture that supported organizational activities, and transportation networks that could move personnel and materials without attracting attention from authorities or competitors. The technological innovations that emerged from Power's family research programs often found their way into mainstream industrial applications after being tested and refined in court operations, creating a pattern where the organization's secret activities generated innovations that benefited society while also serving their hidden agenda. This dual-use approach to technology development provided both practical advantages and moral justification for activities that might otherwise have been difficult to rationalize. The internal politics that governed relationships between these founding families reflected both their shared commitment to court objectives and their individual ambitions for leadership and influence within the organizational structure. The delicate balance of power between families required constant negotiation and occasional realignment as circumstances changed and new challenges emerged that tested the strength of their collaborative arrangements. The succession protocols that determined how leadership positions would be transferred from one generation to the next represented some of the court's most complex and carefully considered policies, requiring systems that could ensure continuity of expertise and commitment, while also allowing for adaptation to changing circumstances and emerging opportunities. These protocols typically involved extensive evaluation of potential heirs, comprehensive testing of their capabilities and loyalty, and gradual introduction to organizational responsibilities that would prepare them for full membership. The education programs that prepared court heirs for their eventual leadership roles began in earliest childhood and continued through young adulthood, incorporating both conventional academic instruction and specialized training in the knowledge and skills that effective court membership required. These programs were often conducted under cover of exclusive private schools or tutorial arrangements that appeared to provide enhanced educational opportunities while actually serving as comprehensive indoctrination systems. The testing procedures that determined which family members would be granted full court membership involved assessments of intelligence, psychological stability, moral flexibility, and absolute loyalty that were designed to identify individuals who possessed both the capabilities and the character traits that effective organizational leadership required. These evaluations were conducted over extended periods and involved both formal testing and careful observation of candidates' behavior in situations that revealed their true nature and motivations. The initiation rituals that welcomed new members into full court participation served both ceremonial and practical functions, creating emotional bonds and psychological commitments that reinforced intellectual understanding of organizational objectives, while also demonstrating the serious consequences that betrayal or failure would entail. These rituals drew upon ancient traditions of secret societies and mystery religions, incorporating symbolism and psychological techniques that had been refined through centuries of use in similar organizations. The ongoing competition between court families for influence and resources created internal dynamics that both strengthened and threatened organizational effectiveness, generating innovation and excellence, while also creating potential sources of conflict and instability that required careful management by senior leadership. This competition was channeled through formal and informal mechanisms that allowed ambitious family members to demonstrate their capabilities while preventing destructive conflicts that might threaten organizational security. The marriage policies that governed unions between court members and outsiders reflected the organization's need to maintain genetic and cultural advantages, while also avoiding the kind of inbreeding that had historically weakened many aristocratic bloodlines. These policies typically required extensive investigation of potential spouses, careful evaluation of their suitability for court association, and comprehensive indoctrination processes that could integrate new members into the organizational culture without compromising security. The wealth management strategies that court families employed to preserve and expand their resources across generations involved sophisticated applications of legal, financial, and political techniques that enabled them to benefit from democratic economic systems while avoiding the taxation and regulation that limited other wealthy individuals and families. These strategies included international diversification, complex trust arrangements, charitable foundations that served dual purposes, and business enterprises that generated both profit and political influence. The business enterprises that court families established and controlled served multiple organizational functions beyond simple wealth generation, providing legitimate cover for hidden activities, employment opportunities for court operatives and allies, research and development capabilities for specialized projects, and influence over economic sectors that were crucial for maintaining social stability and democratic control. These enterprises were typically structured to appear as independent competitors, while actually coordinating their activities to serve broader court objectives. The political influence that court families exercised through both legitimate and hidden channels enabled them to shape governmental policies and regulatory frameworks in ways that served their interests while appearing to result from normal democratic processes and public interest advocacy. This influence was maintained through strategic campaign contributions, lobbying activities, regulatory capture, and the placement of court members and allies in key governmental positions. The corruption of legitimate institutions that court influence created extended far beyond simple bribery or direct control to encompass more subtle forms of institutional capture that gradually transformed organizations designed to serve public interests into instruments that primarily benefited court objectives. This corruption was typically achieved through long-term strategies that placed court allies in key positions, influenced organizational culture and priorities, and created financial dependencies that made resistance to court interests economically unfeasible. The social engineering projects that court families sponsored and directed were designed to shape popular culture, educational systems, and community organizations in ways that supported their vision of proper social organization, while discouraging the development of independent thinking or democratic resistance that might threaten their authority. These projects often appeared to serve benevolent purposes, such as educational reform or community development, while actually serving to reinforce hierarchical relationships and discourage critical examination of existing power structures. The intelligence networks that court families maintained provided them with comprehensive information about potential threats, emerging opportunities, and the activities of both allies and enemies that enabled strategic planning and rapid response to changing circumstances. These networks included both professional intelligence operatives and voluntary informants who provided information in exchange for financial rewards, career advancement, or protection from legal or economic consequences. The security measures that protected court families and their operations from exposure or retaliation evolved continuously in response to changing threats and technological capabilities, incorporating both physical protection and information security systems that could prevent unauthorized access to organizational secrets, while also enabling rapid communication and coordination between geographically dispersed operations. These security systems were typically more sophisticated than those employed by legitimate governmental or commercial organizations, reflecting the court's superior resources and the existential nature of the threats they faced. The contingency planning that court families conducted for potential exposure or organizational disruption demonstrated their understanding that even the most carefully constructed systems of hidden control were vulnerable to unexpected events and determined opposition that might threaten their continued existence. These contingency plans included procedures for rapid dissolution and reconstitution of organizational structures, secure communication systems that could function during crisis situations, and resource caches that could support operations during periods when normal funding sources might be compromised. The generational memory systems that preserved organizational knowledge and institutional culture across centuries of leadership transitions represented perhaps the court's most sophisticated achievement in maintaining continuity despite the natural mortality of individual members and the changing circumstances that each generation faced. These systems combined written records, oral traditions, symbolic languages, and psychological conditioning techniques to ensure that essential knowledge and values would be transmitted accurately across multiple generations without degradation or distortion. The adaptation mechanisms that enabled court families to adjust their methods and objectives in response to changing social, political, and technological circumstances demonstrated their understanding that rigid adherence to historical precedent would eventually lead to obsolescence and defeat in a world characterized by accelerating change and democratic evolution. These adaptation mechanisms included regular strategic reviews, experimental programs that tested new approaches, and feedback systems that enabled rapid correction of ineffective policies or procedures. The recruitment strategies that court families employed to identify and acquire new members from outside their bloodlines reflected their recognition that genetic inheritance alone was insufficient to provide all the capabilities, perspectives that effective organizational leadership required. These recruitment efforts focused on individuals who had demonstrated exceptional abilities in fields relevant to court objectives, while also possessing the psychological characteristics and social circumstances that made them suitable for comprehensive indoctrination and integration into organizational culture. The loyalty maintenance systems that ensured continued commitment from court members across multiple generations involved both positive incentives that made membership rewarding and negative consequences that made betrayal or defection extremely costly. These systems recognized that loyalty based purely on fear or reward was ultimately unstable, requiring also the cultivation of genuine belief in organizational objectives and personal identification with court culture and values. The quality control measures that court families employed to maintain high standards of competence and commitment among their members included regular performance evaluations, continuing education requirements, and periodic reassessment of individuals' suitability for their assigned roles and responsibilities. These measures were designed to identify and address problems before they could compromise organizational effectiveness, while also ensuring that members continued to develop their capabilities in ways that served evolving organizational needs. The expansion protocols that governed the court's growth beyond its original geographical and demographic boundaries demonstrated their understanding that static organizations eventually faced extinction in dynamic environments, while also recognizing that uncontrolled growth could dilute organizational culture and compromise security in ways that threatened the fundamental characteristics that made their success possible. These protocols establish criteria for identifying suitable expansion opportunities while also specifying safeguards that would preserve essential organizational qualities during periods of rapid change. The legacy planning that court families conducted to ensure their continued influence across multiple centuries involved both material provisions that would preserve their resources and political arrangements that would maintain their authority despite changing governmental systems and social values. This planning recognized that the specific forms of their power might need to evolve significantly, while the fundamental reality of their control over Gotham's development remained constant across generations of apparent democratic governance and social progress. The philosophical frameworks that justified court activities and provided moral guidance for members who might otherwise have experienced ethical conflicts about their participation in systematic deception and manipulation drew upon ancient traditions of aristocratic responsibility and enlightened governance that presented their hidden authority as necessary protection for democratic populations who lacked the wisdom and capability to govern themselves effectively. These frameworks enabled court members to view their activities as noble service rather than exploitation, maintaining their sense of moral superiority while engaging in practices that others might consider fundamentally corrupt. In the end, the generational leadership of the Court of Owls represented both the triumph of systematic planning over democratic spontaneity and the corruption of legitimate aristocratic virtues in service of hidden tyranny, demonstrating that the same qualities of intelligence, dedication, and long-term thinking that could benefit human civilization could also be employed to subvert and control it when they were divorced from genuine commitment to the common good and accountability to those whose lives they shaped through their exercise of hidden power. In the twilight realm between childhood innocence and adult understanding, where young minds begin to grapple with the existence of evil in a world they had believed was fundamentally safe and comprehensible, there occur moments of revelation so profound and traumatic that they reshape consciousness itself, creating the psychological foundations upon which heroes and monsters alike are constructed. For Bruce Wayne, heir to Gotham's most prominent family of philanthropists and civic leaders, such a moment came not through the conventional tragedies of accident or disease, but through his first terrifying encounter with forces of ancient malevolence that had shaped his city's destiny since before his family's arrival, forces that would ultimately claim the lives of his parents while leaving him forever marked by knowledge that no child should possess. The investigation that led young Bruce Wayne into his first confrontation with the Court of Owls began with the kind of intellectual curiosity and moral determination that would later define his career as Gotham's greatest detective, though at the time these qualities manifested themselves through the naive confidence of a privileged child who had never encountered problems that money, education, and family influence could not eventually solve. The brutal murder of his parents in Crime Alley had shattered Bruce's fundamental assumptions about the world's inherent safety and justice, leaving him desperately searching for explanations that could restore some sense of order and meaning to an existence that suddenly seemed random and terrifying. The official investigation into Thomas and Martha Wayne's deaths had concluded with disappointing swiftness, identifying their killer as a common street criminal named Joe Chill, whose motives appeared to be nothing more complex than robbery gone wrong, a conclusion that provided legal closure while failing to address the deeper questions that tormented the young survivor. Bruce could not accept that his parents' lives had been ended by simple accident and criminal opportunism, could not believe that forces so mundane and meaningless had been sufficient to destroy the most important and admirable people he had ever known. The alternative explanations that Bruce began to explore drew upon Gotham's rich folklore of secret societies and hidden conspiracies, stories that had circulated through the city's culture for generations while being dismissed by rational adults as entertaining fiction rather than historical reality. The nursery rhyme about the Court of Owls held particular fascination for the grieving child, not because he found comfort in its sing-song cadence, but because its imagery of watching eyes and sharp talons seemed to capture something essential about the malevolent forces that he sensed had shaped the tragedy that claimed his parents. The research that Bruce conducted into the court's supposed existence demonstrated the same methodical thoroughness and attention to detail that would later characterize his work as Batman, though at the time, these investigative skills were employed with the reckless confidence of a child who had not yet learned to fear the consequences of uncovering dangerous truths. He spent countless hours in Wayne Manor's extensive library, poring over historical documents, family records, and newspaper archives in search of patterns that might reveal evidence of the secret organization whose existence most adults dismissed as superstitious nonsense. The architectural investigations that Bruce undertook throughout Gotham's older buildings reflected his growing understanding that the court's influence, if it existed, would necessarily leave physical traces in the urban environment that had been shaped by their activities over generations of hidden control. Armed with building plans and historical surveys, he explored abandoned structures, hidden passages, and architectural curiosities that might serve as meeting places or operational centers for an organization that required absolute secrecy while maintaining access to the city's centers of power and influence. The Harbour House that became the focus of Bruce's most intensive investigation represented everything that his childish imagination associated with the kind of Gothic mystery that secret societies required for their clandestine activities. The abandoned mansion overlooked Gotham Harbour from a prominent bluff, its deteriorating grandeur suggesting former importance, while its current isolation provided the kind of privacy that conspiracy theories demanded. The building's reputation for supernatural phenomena and mysterious disappearances made it an obvious candidate for the court's headquarters, at least in the mind of a 12-year-old boy whose understanding of secret organizations had been shaped more by adventure novels than by realistic assessment of how such groups actually operated. The preparations that Bruce made for his infiltration of Harbour House demonstrated both his growing sophistication as an investigator and his continued naivety about the genuine dangers that his activities might unleash. He equipped himself with flashlights, camera equipment, and basic tools for bypassing locks and accessing hidden areas, while also developing contingency plans for escape if his presence was discovered by security systems or human occupants. Yet these practical precautions were undermined by his fundamental misunderstanding of what he might actually encounter in a building that served the operational needs of professional killers and psychological manipulators. The psychological state that drove Bruce's investigation reflected the complex mixture of grief, anger, and desperate hope that characterized his response to his parents' murder, emotions that created both the motivation necessary for such dangerous undertaking and the mental vulnerabilities that made him particularly susceptible to the kind of psychological warfare that the court employed against those who threatened their security. His need to believe that his parents' deaths had meaning and purpose made him willing to accept explanations that more emotionally stable individuals might have recognized as wishful thinking or paranoid fantasy. The infiltration of Harbour House that Bruce attempted on a fog-shrouded October evening began with the same careful planning and methodical execution that would later characterize his work as a costumed vigilante. Though his techniques were necessarily crude, and his equipment primitive compared to the sophisticated resources he would eventually command, the building's security systems were antiquated and poorly maintained, reflecting its apparent abandonment while concealing the more sophisticated surveillance and defensive measures that actually protected it. The interior of Harbour House that Bruce discovered during his unauthorized exploration exceeded even his imagination in terms of Gothic atmosphere and mysterious ambience. Yet, the reality of what he encountered there was far more mundane than the dramatic confrontations with masked conspirators that his adventure story expectations had led him to anticipate. The rooms he searched were largely empty of furniture and personal possessions, showing signs of long disuse, while also displaying evidence of occasional maintenance that suggested the building was not as completely abandoned as its external appearance indicated. The hidden chamber that Bruce eventually located behind a concealed panel in the mansion's library represented his first tangible evidence that Harbour House might indeed serve purposes beyond simple residential occupation. Yet the discovery also demonstrated the limitations of his investigative methods and the dangers of amateur detection work conducted without adequate preparation or backup support. The chamber contained furniture and decorations that suggested recent use, along with documents and artifacts that seemed to confirm the existence of some kind of organized group with interests in Gotham's political and economic affairs. The photographs that Bruce discovered in the hidden chamber provided his first visual evidence of the Court of Owls' existence, showing groups of individuals in elaborate owl masks gathered around tables covered with maps and documents that appeared to relate to various aspects of Gotham's development and governance. The images were both thrilling and terrifying for the young investigator, confirming his theories about secret influence, while also revealing that the conspiracy he had uncovered was far more sophisticated and dangerous than his childish imagination had conceived. The documents that accompanied these photographs contained references to names, dates, and events that Bruce recognized from his family's history and Gotham's political development, suggesting that the court's influence extended into areas of legitimate authority and economic control that had shaped his own privileged upbringing. The realization that forces he was investigating might have influenced or manipulated aspects of his family's success created disturbing questions about the foundations of everything he had previously taken for granted. The interruption of Bruce's investigation came without warning when the building's actual occupants returned to Harbour House while he was still examining the evidence he had discovered in the hidden chamber, creating a situation where his presence would be detected and his activities exposed to individuals whose response to such intrusion was likely to be swift and violent. The sounds of approaching footsteps and opening doors provided only moments of warning before Bruce would be forced to confront the reality of his situation. The escape attempt that Bruce made from Harbour House tested both his physical capabilities and his psychological resilience, forcing him to move through unfamiliar territory while avoiding detection by pursuers whose knowledge of the building's layout and security systems gave them significant advantages in any chase or confrontation. The fog that had provided concealment for his initial approach now became an obstacle that limited his visibility while also offering protection from observers who might identify and pursue him after his departure. The pursuit that followed Bruce's escape from Harbour House represented his first direct experience of the court's operational methods and their willingness to employ violence against those who threatened their security, regardless of the intruder's age or apparent harmlessness. The figures who emerged from the building to track his movements were clearly professionals whose skills and equipment exceeded anything that a 12-year-old boy could hope to evade through speed or cunning alone. The psychological impact of this pursuit on young Bruce Wayne was profound and lasting, creating trauma responses that would influence his understanding of danger and his approach to confrontation for the remainder of his life. The experience of being hunted by skilled killers through the dark streets of his own city shattered whatever remained of his childhood sense of security, while also providing him with his first taste of the fear and exhilaration that would later drive his career as a costumed vigilante. The narrow escape that Bruce achieved through a combination of luck, local knowledge, and desperate improvisation left him with mixed feelings of triumph and terror, satisfaction at having confirmed the court's existence balanced against recognition that his amateur investigation had placed him in mortal danger, while also potentially exposing him to future retaliation from an organization whose patience and memory were likely to be considerably more extensive than a child's attention span. The aftermath of Bruce's encounter at Harbour House was characterized by a complex mixture of vindication and isolation, as his claims about discovering evidence of the Court of Owls were dismissed by the adults around him as trauma-induced fantasy or attention-seeking behavior, rather than legitimate intelligence that required investigation and response. The photographs and documents he claimed to have seen were never recovered, either because his memory was unreliable or because the court had removed all evidence of their activities before authorities could investigate his claims. The psychological evaluation that Bruce underwent following his Harbour House adventure was conducted by mental health professionals who were well-meaning but inadequately prepared to address the complex trauma responses of a child who had experienced both devastating personal loss and direct confrontation with forces that their adult worldview dismissed as impossible. The treatment he received focused on helping him accept conventional explanations for his parents' death, while discouraging continued investigation into conspiracy theories that were viewed as unhealthy obsessions, preventing normal grief processing. The dismissal of Bruce's claims about the Court of Owls by authority figures whose judgment he had previously trusted created additional trauma that reinforced his growing sense that he could depend only upon himself for protection and justice, a psychological development that would prove crucial for his later transformation into a self-reliant vigilante who operated outside conventional law enforcement systems. The experience taught him that truth alone was insufficient to convince others, that evidence could be concealed or destroyed, and that even well-intentioned adults might be unable or unwilling to confront realities that challenged their comfortable assumptions about how the world functioned. The years that followed Bruce's childhood encounter with the Court of Owls were marked by his gradual abandonment of attempts to convince others about what he had discovered, replaced by private preparation for eventual confrontation with forces that he remained convinced had played a role in his parents' death. This preparation included intensive study of detective techniques, combat training, and the development of resources and capabilities that would enable him to conduct investigations and take action without depending upon official authorities who had proven inadequate to address the threats he had uncovered. The adult investigation that Bruce Wayne would eventually conduct into the Court of Owls as Batman represented both a continuation of his childhood quest for truth about his parents' death and a fundamental transformation in his botho, methods, and capabilities that reflected decades of preparation and professional development. The sophisticated techniques and advanced technology that he brought to bear upon the mystery demonstrated how far he had evolved from the naive 12-year-old who had stumbled into Harbour House armed with little more than curiosity and determination. The assassination attempt that finally brought Batman into direct confrontation with the Court of Owls began with the kind of mundane civic engagement that characterized Bruce Wayne's public persona, a meeting with political allies, whose campaigns he supported through legitimate donations and volunteer activities. Lincoln March's candidacy for mayor represented exactly the kind of reform movement that Bruce Wayne publicly endorsed while Batman privately investigated, creating opportunities for intelligence gathering while maintaining the separation between his public and vigilante identities. The warning that March provided about ancient evils returning to Gotham carried particular significance for Bruce because of his childhood encounters with the court, though at the time, he could not determine whether March's knowledge was based on genuine intelligence about ongoing threats or simply political rhetoric designed to create dramatic urgency around his campaign. The ambiguous nature of the warning reflected the court's sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and their ability to communicate threats and information through intermediaries who might not fully understand their role in larger operations. The elevator attack that followed March's warning demonstrated the court's capability for rapid response to perceived threats, while also revealing their preference for eliminating problems through direct violence rather than more subtle forms of manipulation or coercion. The assassin who emerged from the elevator possessed the kind of professional skills and enhanced capabilities that Bruce had learned to associate with elite operative organizations. Yet his methods and equipment suggested resources and training that exceeded anything that conventional criminal enterprises typically commanded. The combat that ensued between Bruce Wayne and the court assassin in the Tower office tested Bruce's ability to defend himself while maintaining his civilian identity, a challenge that required him to employ sufficient skill to survive, while also concealing the full extent of his capabilities from potential observers. The difficulty of this balancing act was compounded by the assassin's obvious superiority in terms of equipment, enhancement, and preparation for exactly this type of confrontation. The revelation of the court's identity through the assassin's final words provided Bruce with the confirmation he had sought since childhood about the organization's existence and their interest in eliminating members of the Bruce Wayne family. Yet this validation came at the cost of exposing him to immediate mortal danger that required rapid response if he hoped to survive the encounter. The assassin's casual mention of having killed other Waynes suggested that Bruce's parents' death might indeed have been connected to the court's activities, though the specific nature of that connection remained unclear. The defenestration that followed represented both the court's preferred method for eliminating problematic Waynes and their demonstration of intimate knowledge about Wayne Tower's architecture and the specific defensive features that had been incorporated into its design. The assassin's confidence that the fall would be fatal reflected both his understanding of the building's height and his ignorance of the hidden architectural elements that the Wayne family had included for exactly such emergencies. The 13th gargoyle that enabled Bruce's survival during his fall from Wayne Tower represented both his family's foresight in planning for aerial emergencies and their complex relationship with the same symbolic language that the court employed throughout Gotham's architecture. The gargoyle's existence suggested that previous generations of Waynes had possessed sufficient knowledge of court methods and capabilities to incorporate defensive measures into their building designs, while its concealment indicated their understanding that such preparations needed to remain hidden from those who might seek to neutralize them. The survival and recovery that Bruce achieved through his desperate grasp of the hidden gargoyle provided him with both immediate relief from mortal danger and long-term confirmation that his family's relationship with the court was more complex and extensive than he had previously understood. The knowledge that his ancestors had anticipated and planned for exactly the kind of attack he had just survived suggested that the conflict between Waynes and the court was both older and more systematic than he had realized. The investigation that Batman launched in response to this assassination attempt represented the culmination of decades of preparation for confrontation with the forces that had shaped his childhood trauma and family history. Yet the methods and resources he brought to bear upon the mystery demonstrated how completely his approach had evolved from the amateur detective work he had attempted as a child. The sophisticated surveillance technology, forensic analysis capabilities, and combat equipment that defined his adult vigilante career provided tools that were adequate for investigating and confronting even professional assassins and ancient conspiracies. The discovery of the court's hidden infrastructure throughout Gotham's buildings represented both vindication of Bruce's childhood theories and revelation of the true scope and sophistication of the organization he had stumbled upon decades earlier. The 13th floors and hidden chambers that Batman located through systematic investigation exceeded even his adult expectations in terms of their extent and elaboration, demonstrating that the court's influence on Gotham's development had been even more comprehensive than his most paranoid theories had suggested. The trap that awaited Batman in the court's labyrinth represented both the culmination of their centuries of preparation for investigating adversaries and their specific response to the Wayne family's persistent resistance to their authority and influence. The psychological warfare techniques employed in the labyrinth's design reflected sophisticated understanding of human mental vulnerabilities, while also demonstrating the court's willingness to invest enormous resources in elaborate revenge schemes that might span decades or centuries before reaching fruition. The week-long imprisonment that Batman endured in the court's labyrinth tested every aspect of his training and preparation, while also forcing him to confront psychological demons and traumatic memories that his vigilante activities had been designed to suppress or control. The isolation, disorientation, and systematic psychological manipulation that characterized his captivity represented the most comprehensive assault on his identity and sanity that he had ever experienced, challenging not only his physical capabilities, but also his fundamental understanding of his own motivations and psychological stability. The revelation of Dick Grayson's connection to the court's recruitment network provided Batman with both crucial intelligence about their operational methods and devastating personal knowledge about how close his surrogate son had come to being transformed into one of their killing machines. The realization that his intervention in Dick's life had not only saved the boy from tragedy, but had also prevented his corruption into an instrument of evil, added new dimensions to their relationship, while also revealing the extent to which chance and timing had shaped both their destinies. In the end, Batman's first encounter with the Court of Owls represented both the resolution of childhood mysteries that had haunted him for decades and the beginning of a conflict that would test every aspect of his capabilities and commitment as Gotham's protector, proving that some enemies required not just strength and intelligence to defeat, but also the kind of moral clarity and psychological resilience that could only be forged through direct confrontation with forces that sought to corrupt and destroy everything that made heroism possible and meaningful. In a world where ancient evils continued to shape the present through patience, resources, and absolute determination to achieve their vision of perfect control. In the twilight realm between childhood innocence and adult understanding, where young minds begin to grapple with the existence of evil in a world they had believed was fundamentally safe and comprehensible, there occur moments of revelation so profound and traumatic that they reshape consciousness itself, creating the psychological foundations upon which heroes and monsters alike are constructed. For Bruce Wayne, heir to Gotham's most prominent family of philanthropists and civic leaders, such a moment came not through the conventional tragedies of accident or disease, but through his first terrifying encounter with forces of ancient malevolence that had shaped his city's destiny since before his family's arrival, forces that would ultimately claim the lives of his parents while leaving him forever marked by knowledge that no child should possess. The investigation that led young Bruce Wayne into his first confrontation with the Court of Owls began with the kind of intellectual curiosity and moral determination that would later define his career as Gotham's greatest detective, though at the time these qualities manifested themselves through the naive confidence of a privileged child who had never encountered problems that money, education, and family influence could not eventually solve. The brutal murder of his parents in Crime Alley had shattered Bruce's fundamental assumptions about the world's inherent safety and justice, leaving him desperately searching for explanations that could restore some sense of order and meaning to an existence that suddenly seemed random and terrifying. The official investigation into Thomas and Martha Wayne's deaths had concluded with disappointing swiftness, identifying their killer as a common street criminal named Joe Chill, whose motives appeared to be nothing more complex than robbery gone wrong, a conclusion that provided legal closure while failing to address the deeper questions that tormented the young survivor. Bruce could not accept that his parents' lives had been ended by simple accident and criminal opportunism, could not believe that forces so mundane and meaningless had been sufficient to destroy the most important and admirable people he had ever known. The alternative explanations that Bruce began to explore drew upon Gotham's rich folklore of secret societies and hidden conspiracies, stories that had circulated through the city's culture for generations while being dismissed by rational adults as entertaining fiction rather than historical reality. The nursery rhyme about the Court of Owls held particular fascination for the grieving child, not because he found comfort in its sing-song cadence, but because its imagery of watching eyes and sharp talons seemed to capture something essential about the malevolent forces that he sensed had shaped the tragedy that claimed his parents. The research that Bruce conducted into the court's supposed existence demonstrated the same methodical thoroughness and attention to detail that would later characterize his work as Batman, though at the time these investigative skills were employed with the reckless confidence of a child who had not yet learned to fear the consequences of uncovering dangerous truths. He spent countless hours in Wayne Manor's extensive library, poring over historical documents, family records, and newspaper archives in search of patterns that might reveal evidence of the secret organization whose existence most adults dismissed as superstitious nonsense. The architectural investigations that Bruce undertook throughout Gotham's older buildings reflected his growing understanding that the court's influence, if it existed, would necessarily leave physical traces in the urban environment that had been shaped by their activities over generations of hidden control. Armed with building plans and historical surveys, he explored abandoned structures, hidden passages, and architectural curiosities that might serve as meeting places or operational centers for an organization that required absolute secrecy while maintaining access to the city's centers of power and influence. The Harbour House that became the focus of Bruce's most intensive investigation represented everything that his childish imagination associated with the kind of Gothic mystery that secret societies required for their clandestine activities. The abandoned mansion overlooked Gotham Harbour from a prominent bluff, its deteriorating grandeur suggesting former importance, while its current isolation provided the kind of privacy that conspiracy theories demanded. The building's reputation for supernatural phenomena and mysterious disappearances made it an obvious candidate for the court's headquarters, at least in the mind of a 12-year-old boy whose understanding of secret organizations had been shaped more by adventure novels than by realistic assessment of how such groups actually operated. The preparations that Bruce made for his infiltration of Harbour House demonstrated both his growing sophistication as an investigator and his continued naivety about the genuine dangers that his activities might unleash. He equipped himself with flashlights, camera equipment, and basic tools for bypassing locks and accessing hidden areas, while also developing contingency plans for escape if his presence was discovered by security systems or human occupants. Yet these practical precautions were undermined by his fundamental misunderstanding of what he might actually encounter in a building that served the operational needs of professional killers and psychological manipulators. The psychological state that drove Bruce's investigation reflected the complex mixture of grief, anger, and desperate hope that characterized his response to his parents' murder, emotions that created both the motivation necessary for such dangerous undertaking and the mental vulnerabilities that made him particularly susceptible to the kind of psychological warfare that the court employed against those who threatened their security. His need to believe that his parents' deaths had meaning and purpose made him willing to accept explanations that more emotionally stable individuals might have recognized as wishful thinking or paranoid fantasy. The infiltration of Harbour House that Bruce attempted on a fog-shrouded October evening began with the same careful planning and methodical execution that would later characterize his work as a costumed vigilante, though his techniques were necessarily crude and his equipment primitive compared to the sophisticated resources he would eventually command. The building's security systems were antiquated and poorly maintained, reflecting its apparent abandonment while concealing the more sophisticated surveillance and defensive measures that actually protected it. The interior of Harbour House that Bruce discovered during his unauthorized exploration exceeded even his imagination in terms of gothic atmosphere and mysterious ambience. Yet the reality of what he encountered there was far more mundane than the dramatic confrontations with masked conspirators that his adventure story expectations had led him to anticipate. The rooms he searched were largely empty of furniture and personal possessions, showing signs of long disuse while also displaying evidence of occasional maintenance that suggested the building was not as completely abandoned as its external appearance indicated. The hidden chamber that Bruce eventually located behind a concealed panel in the mansion's library represented his first tangible evidence that Harbour House might indeed serve purposes beyond simple residential occupation. Yet the discovery also demonstrated the limitations of his investigative methods and the dangers of amateur detection work conducted without adequate preparation or backup support. The chamber contained furniture and decorations that suggested recent use, along with documents and artifacts that seemed to confirm the existence of some kind of organized group with interests in Gotham's political and economic affairs. The photographs that Bruce discovered in the hidden chamber provided his first visual evidence of the Court of Owls' existence, showing groups of individuals in elaborate owl masks gathered around tables covered with maps and documents that appeared to relate to various aspects of Gotham's development and governance. The images were both thrilling and terrifying for the young investigator, confirming his theories about secret influence, while also revealing that the conspiracy he had uncovered was far more sophisticated and dangerous than his childish imagination had conceived. The documents that accompanied these photographs contained references to names, dates, and events that Bruce recognized from his family's history and Gotham's political development, suggesting that the court's influence extended into areas of legitimate authority and economic control that had shaped his own privileged upbringing. The realization that forces he was investigating might have influenced or manipulated aspects of his family's success created disturbing questions about the foundations of everything he had previously taken for granted. The interruption of Bruce's investigation came without warning when the building's actual occupants returned to Harbour House while he was still examining the evidence he had discovered in the hidden chamber, creating a situation where his presence would be detected and his activities exposed to individuals whose response to such intrusion was likely to be swift and violent. The sounds of approaching footsteps and opening doors provided only moments of warning before Bruce would be forced to confront the reality of his situation. The escape attempt that Bruce made from Harbour House tested both his physical capabilities and his psychological resilience, forcing him to move through unfamiliar territory while avoiding detection by pursuers whose knowledge of the building's layout and security systems gave them significant advantages in any chase or confrontation. The fog that had provided concealment for his initial approach now became an obstacle that limited his visibility while also offering protection from observers who might identify and pursue him after his departure. The pursuit that followed Bruce's escape from Harbour House represented his first direct experience of the court's operational methods and their willingness to employ violence against those who threatened their security, regardless of the intruder's age. or apparent harmlessness. The figures who emerged from the building to track his movements were clearly professionals, whose skills and equipment exceeded anything that a 12-year-old boy could hope to evade through speed or cunning alone. The psychological impact of this pursuit on young Bruce Wayne was profound and lasting, creating trauma responses that would influence his understanding of danger and his approach to confrontation for the remainder of his life. The experience of being hunted by skilled killers through the dark streets of his own city shattered whatever remained of his childhood sense of security, while also providing him with his first taste of the fear and exhilaration that would later drive his career as a costumed vigilante. The narrow escape that Bruce achieved through a combination of luck, local knowledge, and desperate improvisation left him with mixed feelings of triumph and terror. Satisfaction at having confirmed the court's existence, balanced against recognition that his amateur investigation had placed him in mortal danger, while also potentially exposing him to future retaliation from an organization whose patience and memory were likely to be considerably more extensive than a child's attention span. The aftermath of Bruce's encounter at Harbour House was characterized by a complex mixture of vindication and isolation, as his claims about discovering evidence of the Court of Owls were dismissed by the adults around him as trauma-induced fantasy or attention-seeking behavior, rather than legitimate intelligence that required investigation. Response: the photographs and documents he claimed to have seen were never recovered, either because his memory was unreliable or because the court had removed all evidence of their activities before authorities could investigate his claims. The psychological evaluation that Bruce underwent following his Harbour House adventure was conducted by mental health professionals who were well-meaning but inadequately prepared to address the complex trauma responses of a child who had experienced both devastating personal loss and direct confrontation with forces that their adult worldview dismissed as impossible. The treatment he received focused on helping him accept conventional explanations for his parents' death, while discouraging continued investigation into conspiracy theories that were viewed as unhealthy obsessions, preventing normal grief processing. The dismissal of Bruce's claims about the Court of Owls by authority figures whose judgment he had previously trusted created additional trauma that reinforced his growing sense that he could depend only upon himself for protection and justice, a psychological development that would prove crucial for his later transformation into a self-reliant vigilante who operated outside conventional law enforcement systems. The experience taught him that truth alone was insufficient to convince others, that evidence could be concealed or destroyed, and that even well-intentioned adults might be unable or unwilling to confront realities that challenged their comfortable assumptions about how the world functioned. The years that followed Bruce's childhood encounter with the Court of Owls were marked by his gradual abandonment of attempts to convince others about what he had discovered, replaced by private preparation for eventual confrontation with forces that he remained convinced had played a role in his parents' death. This preparation included intensive study of detective techniques, combat training, and the development of resources and capabilities that would enable him to conduct investigations and take action without depending upon official authorities who had proven inadequate to address the threats he had uncovered. The adult investigation that Bruce Wayne would eventually conduct into the Court of Owls as Batman represented both a continuation of his childhood quest for truth about his parents' death and a fundamental transformation in his pens, methods and capabilities that reflected decades of preparation and professional development. The sophisticated techniques and advanced technology that he brought to bear upon the mystery demonstrated how far he had evolved from the naive 12-year-old who had stumbled into Harbour House armed with little more than curiosity and determination. The assassination attempt that finally brought Batman into direct confrontation with the Court of Owls began with the kind of mundane civic engagement that characterized Bruce Wayne's public persona, a meeting with political allies whose campaigns he supported through legitimate donations and volunteer activities. Lincoln March's candidacy for mayor represented exactly the kind of reform movement that Bruce Wayne publicly endorsed while Batman privately investigated, creating opportunities for intelligence gathering while maintaining the separation between his public and vigilante identities. The warning that March provided about ancient evils returning to Gotham carried particular significance for Bruce because of his childhood encounters with the court, though at the time, he could not determine whether March's knowledge was based on genuine intelligence about ongoing threats or simply political rhetoric designed to create dramatic urgency around his campaign. The ambiguous nature of the warning reflected the court's sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and their ability to communicate threats and information through intermediaries who might not fully understand their role in larger operations. The elevator attack that followed March's warning demonstrated the court's capability for rapid response to perceived threats, while also revealing their preference for eliminating problems through direct violence rather than more subtle forms of manipulation or coercion. The assassin who emerged from the elevator possessed the kind of professional skills and enhanced capabilities that Bruce had learned to associate with elite operative organizations, yet his methods and equipment suggested resources and training that exceeded anything that conventional criminal enterprises typically commanded. The combat that ensued between Bruce Wayne and the court assassin in the Tower office tested Bruce's ability to defend himself while maintaining his civilian identity, a challenge that required him to employ sufficient skill to survive, while also concealing the full extent of his capabilities from potential observers. The difficulty of this balancing act was compounded by the assassin's obvious superiority in terms of equipment, enhancement, and preparation for exactly this type of confrontation. The revelation of the court's identity through the assassin's final words provided Bruce with the confirmation he had sought since childhood about the organization's existence and their interest in eliminating members of the Wayne family. Yet this validation came at the cost of exposing him to immediate mortal danger that required rapid response if he hoped to survive the encounter. The assassin's casual mention of having killed other Waynes suggested that Bruce's parents' death might indeed have been connected to the court's activities, though the specific nature of that connection remained unclear. The defenestration that followed represented both the court's preferred method for eliminating problematic Waynes and their demonstration of intimate knowledge about Wayne Tower's architecture and the specific defensive features that had been incorporated into its design. The assassin's confidence that the fall would be fatal reflected both his understanding of the building's height and his ignorance of the hidden architectural elements that the Wayne family had included for exactly such emergencies. The 13th gargoyle that enabled Bruce's survival during his fall from Wayne Tower represented both his family's foresight in planning for aerial emergencies and their complex relationship with the same symbolic language that the court employed throughout Gotham's architecture. The gargoyle's existence suggested that previous generations of Waynes had possessed sufficient knowledge of court methods and capabilities to incorporate defensive measures into their building designs, while its concealment indicated their understanding that such preparations needed to remain hidden from those who might seek to neutralize them. The survival and recovery that Bruce achieved through his desperate grasp of the hidden gargoyle provided him with both immediate relief from mortal danger and long-term confirmation that his family's relationship with the court was more complex and extensive than he had previously understood. The knowledge that his ancestors had anticipated and planned for exactly the kind of attack he had just survived suggested that the conflict between Wayne's and the court was both older and more systematic than he had realized. The investigation that Batman launched in response to this assassination attempt represented the culmination of decades of preparation for confrontation with the forces that had shaped his childhood trauma and family history, yet the methods and resources he brought to bear upon the mystery demonstrated how completely his approach had evolved from the amateur detective work he had attempted as a child. The sophisticated surveillance technology, forensic analysis capabilities, and combat equipment that defined his adult vigilante career provided tools that were adequate for investigating and confronting even professional assassins and ancient conspiracies. The discovery of the court's hidden infrastructure throughout Gotham's buildings represented both vindication of Bruce's childhood theories and revelation of the true scope and sophistication of the organization he had stumbled upon decades earlier. The 13th floors and hidden chambers that Batman located through systematic investigation exceeded even his adult expectations in terms of their extent and elaboration, demonstrating that the court's influence on Gotham's development had been even more comprehensive than his most paranoid theories had suggested. The trap that awaited Batman in the court's labyrinth represented both the culmination of their centuries of preparation for investigating adversaries and their specific response to the Wayne family's persistent resistance to their authority and influence. The psychological warfare techniques employed in the labyrinth's design reflected sophisticated understanding of human mental vulnerabilities, while also demonstrating the court's willingness to invest enormous resources in elaborate revenge schemes that might span decades or centuries before reaching fruition. The week-long imprisonment that Batman endured in the court's labyrinth tested every aspect of his training and preparation, while also forcing him to confront psychological demons and traumatic memories that his vigilante activities had been designed to suppress or control. The isolation, disorientation, and systematic psychological manipulation that characterized his captivity represented the most comprehensive assault on his identity and sanity that he had ever experienced, challenging not only his physical capabilities, but also his fundamental understanding of his own motivations and psychological stability. The revelation of Dick Grayson's connection to the court's recruitment network provided Batman with both crucial intelligence about their operational methods and devastating personal knowledge about how close his surrogate son had come to being transformed into one of their killing machines. The realization that his intervention in Dick's life had not only saved the boy from tragedy, but had also prevented his corruption into an instrument of evil, added new dimensions to their relationship, while also revealing the extent to which chance and timing had shaped both their destinies. In the end, Batman's first encounter with the Court of Owls represented both the resolution of childhood mysteries that had haunted him for decades and the beginning of a conflict that would test every aspect of his capabilities and commitment as Gotham's protector, proving that some enemies required not just strength and intelligence to defeat, but also the kind of moral clarity and psychological resilience that could only be forged through direct confrontation with forces that sought to corrupt and possess that moral clarity, destroy everything that made heroism possible and meaningful. In a world where ancient evils continued to shape the present through patience, resources, and absolute determination to achieve their vision of perfect control. In the annals of coordinated terror and systematic assassination that have marked humanity's darkest chapters, few operations have demonstrated the chilling efficiency of perfectly orchestrated violence more completely than the night when the Court of Owls finally emerged from centuries of shadow to reclaim their ancient dominion over Gotham City through the simultaneous activation of their entire army of undead killers. This was not merely an escalation of their conflict with Batman, but rather a fundamental transformation in their operational philosophy, a decision to abandon the subtle manipulation and hidden influence that had characterized their activities for generations in favor of direct action that would either restore their absolute authority or destroy them in the attempt. The strategic planning that preceded what would become known as the Night of the Owls represented decades of careful preparation and intelligence gathering, as the court's leadership recognized that their exposure by Batman's investigations had created an existential crisis that required immediate and decisive response if their organization was to survive the scrutiny and opposition that such revelation would inevitably generate. The comfortable anonymity that had protected them throughout their history was gone forever, replaced by the terrible vulnerability that came with operating in the harsh light of awareness cast by Gotham's greatest detective. The decision to activate their entire reserve of preserved talents simultaneously represented both the court's greatest demonstration of power and their most desperate gamble, committing resources that had been accumulated over centuries to a single night of coordinated violence that would either eliminate all significant opposition to their authority or exhaust their operational capabilities in ways that might prove impossible to recover from. The 40-plus targets that they selected for assassination included every individual in Gotham whose wealth, political influence, or moral authority posed potential threats to their vision of restored dominance. The intelligence network that enabled the court to identify and locate their targets with such precision reflected both their centuries of careful observation and their sophisticated understanding of how power actually functioned in modern Gotham, recognizing that democratic institutions and legitimate business enterprises had created new categories of influential individuals who possessed capabilities that traditional aristocratic authority could not easily control or neutralize. The list included politicians whose reform agendas threatened court interests, business leaders whose independent wealth rivaled their own resources, law enforcement officials whose integrity made them immune to corruption, and civic leaders whose moral authority inspired popular resistance to hidden manipulation. The coordination required to launch simultaneous attacks across multiple locations throughout Gotham demonstrated the court's sophisticated command and control capabilities, utilizing communication systems and logistical support that enabled dozens of individual talons to operate independently while remaining synchronized with the broader tactical plan. Each assassin was equipped with detailed intelligence about their specific target, including security arrangements, daily routines, personal relationships, and psychological profiles that would enable them to exploit individual vulnerabilities while also adapting to unexpected circumstances. The awakening process that restored the preserved talons to operational status represented one of the most complex medical and technological procedures that the court had ever attempted, requiring precise coordination of chemical treatments, electrical stimulation, and environmental controls to restore consciousness and motor function to subjects who had been maintained in states of suspended animation for periods ranging from decades to centuries. The medical personnel who supervised these procedures worked with the urgency of military field hospitals while maintaining the precision of advanced surgical suites, understanding that any errors in the restoration process might compromise the entire operation. The psychological preparation that accompanied the Talon's physical restoration involved rapid briefing sessions designed to orient them to contemporary conditions, while reinforcing the behavioral conditioning that ensured absolute obedience to court directives. Many of the awakened assassins had been preserved since previous centuries, requiring extensive updating about technological advances, social changes, and political developments that had occurred during their dormancy, while also receiving specific intelligence about current targets and operational parameters. The attack on Wayne Manor represented both the court's attempt to eliminate their most dangerous opponent and their demonstration of contempt for the Wayne family's generations of resistance to their authority, bringing the conflict directly to Bruce Wayne's home in a violation of the sanctuary that wealth and social position had traditionally provided against such direct assault. The selection of multiple talons for this single target reflected both Batman's reputation as an exceptionally dangerous opponent and the court's understanding that eliminating him would require overwhelming force applied with perfect coordination. The initial assault on Wayne Manor began with infiltration techniques that exploited the mansion's architectural complexity while avoiding the security systems that protected more conventional approaches, demonstrating the Talon's sophisticated understanding of the building's layout and defensive capabilities. The attackers moved through the estate's grounds with the silence and precision of professional military units, utilizing advanced surveillance equipment and communication systems to coordinate their movements while avoiding detection by automated security systems and human guards. The confrontation that erupted when the Talons encountered Bruce Wayne in his own home tested both his combat abilities and his capacity for tactical thinking under extreme pressure, forcing him to defend himself against multiple superhuman opponents, while also protecting Alfred and maintaining access to the resources and equipment that his survival would require. The battle moved through multiple levels of the mansion as Bruce fought a running retreat toward the cave system that housed his most advanced defensive capabilities. The discovery of the Batcave by several Talons during their assault represented an intelligence breakthrough that the court had been seeking for years, finally confirming the connection between Bruce Wayne and Batman, while also revealing the extent of the resources and technology that supported his vigilante activities. The assassin's surprise at discovering this hidden installation beneath Wayne Manor reflected the court's incomplete understanding of their opponent's true capabilities and the sophisticated infrastructure that enabled his effectiveness as a crime fighter. The armory that Bruce Wayne accessed during the battle contained weapons and equipment specifically designed for confronting superhuman opponents, including the heavily armored suit that provided both enhanced physical capabilities and protection against the kind of enhanced strength and speed that Electrum treatment gave to court assassins. The donning of this specialized equipment marked Bruce's full transformation from civilian target to Batman, bringing his complete arsenal of technological advantages to bear against enemies who had underestimated the extent of his preparation for exactly this type of confrontation. Alfred Pennyworth's role during the assault demonstrated both his loyalty to the Wayne family and his own considerable capabilities as a strategic thinker and operational coordinator, managing communications systems and tactical support that enabled effective resistance, while also ensuring that warnings and intelligence about the broader attack could be transmitted to other potential targets throughout the city. His calm professionalism under extreme pressure proved crucial for maintaining coordination and morale during the most dangerous phase of the battle. The environmental controls that Bruce activated to lower the Batcave's temperature represented both his scientific understanding of the Talon's physiological vulnerabilities and his willingness to employ any available advantage against opponents whose enhanced capabilities might otherwise prove overwhelming. The systematic cooling of the cave exploited the specific weaknesses that Electrum treatment created in Talon physiology, demonstrating how careful study and preparation could identify exploitable flaws even in seemingly perfect weapon systems. The bat colony that emerged from the cave's deepest recesses in response to the temperature change, created a dramatic, symbolic moment that demonstrated the natural world's alignment with Batman's mission, while also providing practical, tactical advantage through the chaos and distraction that thousands of disturbed bats created among the attacking Talons. The sight of Bruce Wayne fighting alongside creatures that shared his symbolic identity reinforced the mythological dimensions of his conflict with forces of ancient evil. The simultaneous battles occurring throughout Gotham as other members of the Bat family engaged court assassins demonstrated both the scope of the threat and the effectiveness of the defensive network that had been created around Batman's mission. Each confrontation tested different aspects of the hero's capabilities, while also revealing the individual strengths and tactical approaches that made them effective against superhuman opponents with centuries of combat experience. Nightwing's confrontation with William Cobb carried particular emotional weight due to their family connection and the revelation that Dick Grayson had been intended for transformation into exactly the kind of killing machine that his great-grandfather had become. The psychological complexity of fighting an ancestor who had been perverted into an instrument of evil added layers of personal trauma to what was already a physically demanding battle against a superior opponent. Robin's encounter with his assigned Talon demonstrated both Damian Wayne's exceptional combat skills and his willingness to employ lethal force when facing opponents who posed existential threats to innocent lives. The young hero's tactical thinking and adaptability proved crucial for overcoming an enemy whose experience and enhanced capabilities should have made him nearly invincible against a child opponent. Batgirl's defense of her designated target showcased both her acrobatic abilities and her strategic intelligence, utilizing environmental advantages and psychological warfare to overcome physical disadvantages, while also protecting civilians whose survival depended upon her success. Her ability to maintain focus and effectiveness while operating independently demonstrated the depth of training and preparation that membership in the Bat family required. The coordination that Alfred Pennyworth maintained between these scattered battles through advanced communication systems enabled real-time intelligence sharing and tactical coordination that multiplied the effectiveness of each individual hero, while also ensuring that resources could be redirected to support operations that faced unexpected difficulties or complications. This coordination proved essential for preventing the court from achieving decisive advantages through superior numbers or tactical surprise. Red Hood's involvement in defending Mr. Freeze represented both his complex relationship with the Bat family and his willingness to set aside personal conflicts in favor of protecting innocent lives when faced with existential threats to Gotham's population. His encounter with the Talon, assigned to eliminate Freeze, tested both his combat abilities and his capacity for making difficult moral choices under extreme pressure. The revelation that Mr. Freeze was targeted for elimination because of his refusal to continue serving court interests provided crucial intelligence about the organization's broader network of coerced allies and the consequences that awaited those who attempted to withdraw from their operations. Freeze's situation demonstrated how the court maintained control over individuals whose capabilities they required, using threats and intimidation to ensure continued cooperation. The battle at Arkham Asylum, where Batman defended Jeremiah Arkham against Talon assault, represented one of the most challenging environments for such a confrontation, as the facility's dangerous inmates and compromised security systems created additional hazards that complicated both offensive and defensive operations. The asylum's reputation as a repository for Gotham's most dangerous criminals made it a particularly symbolic target for court operations. The protection of Lincoln March proved tragically incomplete, despite Batman's best efforts, as the politician's wounds proved fatal, despite immediate medical attention and rapid transport to advanced treatment facilities. March's final message about not giving up on Gotham provided both inspiration for continued resistance and intelligence about his own complex relationship with the court's operations. The psychological warfare that the court employed during the Night of the Owls extended beyond simple assassination attempts to encompass broader messages about their power and the futility of resistance to their authority, using the scope and coordination of their attacks to demonstrate capabilities that few organizations in human history had ever possessed. The simultaneous nature of their operations was designed to create panic and despair among Gotham's population, while also proving their claim to be the city's true rulers. The media response to the Night of the Owls reflected both the unprecedented nature of the attack and the difficulty that conventional journalism faced in comprehending and reporting on events that challenged fundamental assumptions about how modern society functioned. The coordination and sophistication of the assault exceeded anything that domestic terrorism or organized crime typically attempted, suggesting the involvement of resources and capabilities that few observers were prepared to acknowledge or investigate. The law enforcement response to the coordinated attacks demonstrated both the limitations of conventional police methods when confronting superhuman opponents and the crucial importance of the Bat family's intervention in preventing far greater casualties and destruction. The GCPD's equipment and training were adequate for normal criminal activity, but wholly insufficient for confronting enhanced assassins with centuries of combat experience. The civilian casualties that resulted from the Night of the Owls were far lower than the court's planning had anticipated, due primarily to the effective intervention of Batman and his allies. Yet the psychological impact of the attacks on Gotham's population proved profound and lasting. The knowledge that such coordinated violence was possible created lasting changes in public consciousness and social behavior that would influence the city's character for years to come. The strategic failure that the court experienced, despite their overwhelming initial advantages, reflected both their underestimation of Batman's capabilities and their incomplete understanding of the defensive network that had been created around Gotham's protection. Their assumption that superior numbers and enhanced capabilities would be sufficient to overcome determined resistance proved tragically incorrect when confronted with opponents who combined advanced technology with tactical intelligence and absolute moral commitment. The revelation of the court's existence through the Night of the Owls attacks eliminated forever their ability to operate through subtle influence and hidden manipulation, forcing them into the uncomfortable position of being known enemies who would face constant surveillance and opposition from law enforcement and vigilante forces. The loss of anonymity represented a strategic defeat whose consequences would influence all their future operations. The preservation of most targeted individuals through the intervention of Batman and his allies demonstrated both the effectiveness of coordinated heroic response and the vulnerability of even the most sophisticated assassination plots to Beatty. Disruption by opponents who possessed superior intelligence, advanced technology, and complete dedication to protecting innocent lives. The court's failure to achieve their primary objectives despite unprecedented resource commitment revealed critical flaws in their strategic planning and tactical execution. The political consequences of the Night of the Owls extended far beyond the immediate casualties to encompass broader changes in Gotham's governmental and business leadership, as surviving targets recognized the ongoing threat that court operations represented and began implementing security measures and policy changes designed to reduce their vulnerability to future attacks. These changes had lasting effects on how power was exercised and protected throughout the city. The investigation that followed the Night of the Owls provided law enforcement and intelligence agencies with unprecedented access to evidence about the court's operations, including physical artifacts, forensic evidence, and witness testimony that enabled detailed analysis of their methods, capabilities, and organizational structure. This intelligence proved crucial for understanding the full scope of the threat and developing effective countermeasures. The symbolic significance of the court's emergence from shadow to direct confrontation marked a fundamental transformation in their relationship with Gotham and its protectors, ending centuries of hidden influence in favor of open warfare that would test both their commitment to their vision of control and their ability to adapt their ancient methods to contemporary conditions. The Night of the Owls represented both the culmination of their historical approach to power and the beginning of an entirely new phase in their eternal conflict with forces that refused to accept their authority. The temperature-based vulnerability that proved crucial for defeating the Talon army provided Batman with scientific knowledge that would influence all future encounters with court forces, demonstrating that even the most sophisticated enhancement procedures created exploitable weaknesses that careful study and preparation could identify and counter. This intelligence represented both tactical advantage and strategic insight into the limitations of the court's seemingly perfect weapons systems. In the end, the Night of the Owls served as both the court's greatest demonstration of power and the revelation of their ultimate limitations, proving that centuries of preparation and overwhelming resource advantages could still be defeated by opponents who combined technological sophistication with moral clarity and absolute dedication to protecting innocent lives, while also establishing that their ancient conspiracy was no longer hidden but rather exposed to the light where it could be studied, understood, and ultimately overcome through the patient application of justice and heroic determination. In the shadowed corridors of political ambition, where identity itself becomes a weapon and the very foundations of family legacy serve as battlegrounds for ancient conspiracies, there emerged from the chaos of the Night of the Owls a figure whose claims would shake the Wayne family to its core, while revealing the true depth of the court's manipulation of Gotham's most prominent bloodline. Lincoln March, the mayoral candidate whose warnings had first alerted Bruce Wayne to the court's renewed activity, would prove to be far more than a simple political reformer caught in the crossfire of supernatural warfare, but rather the living embodiment of secrets so profound and disturbing that they challenged everything the last son of the Wayne dynasty believed about his family's history and his own identity. The political career that Lincoln March had constructed for himself represented a masterpiece of long-term strategic planning and identity manipulation that had required decades of careful preparation and the coordination of resources that few organizations in human history could have, marshaled for such an elaborate deception. His rise through Gotham's civic and business communities had appeared to follow natural patterns of ambition and achievement, yet every significant milestone in his development had been orchestrated by forces whose patience and sophistication exceeded anything that conventional political machines typically employed for candidate development. The background that March claimed for himself drew upon archetypal American narratives of triumph over adversity, presenting him as an orphan who had overcome poverty and abandonment through determination, intelligence, and moral clarity that qualified him for leadership roles in a city desperate for honest governance and effective reform. This carefully constructed biography served multiple purposes for the court's operations, providing both a compelling personal story that would appeal to voters and a plausible explanation for any gaps or inconsistencies in his historical record that might emerge under scrutiny. The childhood that March described in interviews and campaign materials placed him in the Willowwood Home for Children, an institution whose reputation for caring for Gotham's most vulnerable orphans provided perfect cover for the kind of systematic indoctrination and psychological conditioning that the court required for creating deep cover operatives who could function effectively in legitimate society, while serving hidden agendas. The orphanage's records, which had been carefully maintained and selectively modified over decades, supported March's claimed identity while concealing evidence of the specialized education and training that had actually shaped his development. The pin that served as the crucial evidence in Batman's eventual exposure of March's true identity represented both the court's attention to authenticating detail and their fatal overconfidence in the perfection of their long-term deception. The artifact that March claimed had belonged to his mother was indeed genuine, having been worn by Martha Wayne in the portrait that hung in Wayne Manor. Yet, its presence in March's possession could not be explained through his official biography and the records of Willowwood Home's charitable activities. The investigation that Batman conducted into March's background following his survival of the Night of the Owls revealed inconsistencies and impossibilities that could only be explained through systematic deception orchestrated by an OLS, organization with access to official records, institutional archives, and the kind of detailed intelligence about Wayne family history that few legitimate researchers could have obtained. The depth of knowledge required to create such a convincing false identity demonstrated both the court's sophisticated understanding of identity construction and their intimate familiarity with the Wayne family's most private affairs. The revelation of March's true identity as Thomas Wayne Jr. transformed a political conflict into a deeply personal family crisis that forced Bruce Wayne to confront the possibility that his parents had been capable of moral compromises and ethical failures that contradicted everything he had believed about their character and values. The story that March told about his origins challenged fundamental assumptions about the Wayne family legacy while also providing explanations for historical events and family decisions that had never been adequately understood. The medical records that supported March's claims about his premature birth and early hospitalization were authentic documents from Gotham General Hospital's archives, yet their interpretation required accepting that Thomas and Martha Wayne had made decisions about their injured infant son that seemed incompatible with their reputation for compassion and moral integrity. The apparent abandonment of a brain-damaged child to institutional care represented behavior that was difficult to reconcile with their known charitable activities and their devotion to Bruce following his birth several years later. The psychological profile that emerged from March's account of his institutional upbringing revealed patterns of abandonment, trauma, and identity, confusion that would have created ideal conditions for the kind of manipulation and conditioning that the court employed to create loyal operatives who would serve organizational interests without question. The emotional wounds inflicted by parental rejection would have made him particularly susceptible to surrogate family relationships with authority figures who provided the acceptance and recognition that his biological parents had denied. The training that March received during his development within the court system was far more sophisticated than the brutal conditioning employed for talent creation, reflecting the organization's understanding that deep-cover operatives required different psychological preparation than simple assassins. His education combined legitimate academic instruction with specialized courses in leadership, manipulation, and strategic thinking that prepared him for eventual roles in politics and business, while also instilling absolute loyalty to court objectives and methods. The activation of March's political career was timed to coincide with Bruce Wayne's return from his training abroad and his assumption of active leadership within Wayne Enterprises, ensuring that the court would have a positioned asset within Gotham's political establishment who could monitor and influence Wayne family activities, while also advancing broader organizational objectives. The synchronization of these developments reflected the court's sophisticated understanding of timing and strategic coordination. The mayoral campaign that March conducted represented both his legitimate attempt to achieve political power and his cover for intelligence gathering and operational preparation that served court interests throughout the period leading up to the Night of the Owls. His reform platform and anti-corruption message provided perfect justification for investigating the backgrounds and activities of potential targets, while also building public support for changes in city government that would benefit court operations. The relationship that developed between Bruce Wayne and Lincoln March during the campaign period was carefully cultivated by the court to provide their operative with intimate access to Wayne family activities and decision-making processes, while also creating emotional bonds that could be exploited during future confrontations. March's apparent friendship and political alliance with Bruce served both intelligence and psychological warfare purposes. The survival of March's apparent assassination during the Night of the Owls was actually a carefully staged performance designed to provide him with credible cover for the subsequent revelation of his true identity and his transition from political ally to open enemy of the Wayne family. The wounds he sustained were real but non-fatal, calculated to provide convincing evidence of court targeting, while also eliminating any remaining doubt about his loyalty to their cause. The confrontation that followed March's recovery took place in the underground areas beneath Gotham, where the city's foundations provided symbolic backdrop for a conflict that would determine the future of its most prominent family. The location was chosen both for its privacy and for its metaphorical significance, as the battle between the Wayne brothers would be fought literally in the depths upon which their family's legacy had been constructed. The costume that March donned for this final confrontation incorporated advanced technology and design elements that surpassed even Batman's sophisticated equipment, reflecting the court's centuries of technological development and their unlimited resources for creating specialized gear for their most important operatives. The flight capability that his suit provided represented technological achievements that conventional science had not yet accomplished, demonstrating the organization's access to innovations that were decades or centuries ahead of mainstream development. The combat abilities that March displayed during their battle exceeded those of normal court talons, reflecting both his enhanced physical conditioning and his specialized training for confronting opponents with Batman's capabilities and tactical knowledge. His fighting style combined elements of formal martial arts instruction with the brutal efficiency that characterized court operations, creating a combat approach that was both elegant and devastatingly effective. The philosophical debate that accompanied their physical confrontation addressed fundamental questions about family, abandonment, and the responsibilities that come with privilege and power, forcing both participants to examine their own motivations and moral frameworks while engaging in combat that would determine who possessed the greater claim to the Wayne legacy. March's arguments about neglect and favoritism contained enough truth to create genuine psychological pressure on Bruce, despite his rational understanding of his opponent's manipulative intentions. The aerial battle that extended their confrontation throughout Gotham's skyline provided dramatic visual confirmation of the scope and stakes of their conflict, while also demonstrating the advanced capabilities that both combatants possessed for urban warfare and high-altitude maneuvering. The fight above Wayne Tower carried particular symbolic significance, as both brothers sought to claim or defend the physical monument to their family's achievements and aspirations. The destruction of Wayne Tower during their battle represented both practical, tactical necessity and symbolic statement about the court's willingness to eliminate even the most prominent landmarks of Wayne family achievement in pursuit of their vision of restored dominance. The explosion that consumed the building served as definitive proof that no Wayne legacy was too important or too visible to be sacrificed for organizational objectives. The unresolved conclusion of March's apparent death in the tower's destruction left crucial questions unanswered about both his true identity and his ultimate fate, creating ongoing uncertainty about whether the court's most successful deep cover operative had been eliminated or had simply disappeared to await future opportunities for renewed conflict. The absence of recoverable remains made definitive conclusion impossible, while also ensuring that the threat he represented could not be definitively dismissed. The investigation that Bruce conducted into the medical records and historical documents that supported March's identity claims revealed both authentic evidence of a Wayne family tragedy and sophisticated manipulation of institutional records that made definitive proof of his true origins impossible to obtain. The mixture of genuine historical facts with fabricated details created a puzzle that could not be solved through conventional detective work alone. The DNA evidence that might have resolved the question of March's identity was conveniently unavailable due to the destruction of biological samples during the tower collapse, eliminating the most reliable method for confirming or disproving his claims about Wayne family membership. This absence of definitive proof ensured that the psychological trauma of potential fraternal conflict would continue to influence Bruce's understanding of his family history, regardless of March's actual origins. The psychological impact of March's claims on Bruce Wayne extended far beyond the immediate threat that his combat abilities represented, forcing a fundamental re-examination of childhood memories, family relationships, and the moral foundations upon which his entire identity as Batman had been constructed. The possibility that his parents had been capable of abandoning a child challenged core assumptions about their character that had shaped his understanding of heroism and moral responsibility. The broader implications of March's story for Wayne family history encompassed questions about medical decisions, charitable activities, and institutional relationships that affected the interpretation of decades of supposedly well-documented philanthropic work and community leadership. The potential revelation that Martha Wayne's frequent visits to Willowwood home had been motivated by maternal guilt rather than simple charity added complex dimensions to her remembered character. The court's motivations for creating and deploying March as their ultimate weapon against the Wayne family reflected both their sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare and their recognition that Bruce Wayne's greatest vulnerabilities were emotional rather than physical. The brother who might have shared his privileges and responsibilities represented a more devastating attack on his identity than any number of conventional assassins could have achieved. The strategic value that March represented to the court extended beyond his utility as an anti-Wayne weapon to encompass his potential role as a legitimate claimant to Wayne family resources and authority who could provide legal and social justification for transferring control of Wayne enterprises and related institutions to court direction. His political credentials and public reputation made him a credible alternative to Bruce Wayne's leadership that could attract support from legitimate civic and business interests. The failure of the court's March gambit to achieve decisive victory against Batman reflected both the underestimation of Bruce Wayne's psychological resilience and the overestimation of family trauma as a source of exploitable weakness. Their assumption that revelations about parental abandonment would destroy his moral certainty proved incorrect when confronted with his mature understanding of human complexity and moral ambiguity. The long-term consequences of the March revelation for Bruce Wayne's self-understanding included both increased appreciation for the adoptive family relationships that had provided him with genuine love and support, and deeper recognition of the ways that privilege and social position could create moral blind spots that affected even the most well-intentioned individuals. The possibility that his parents had made terrible mistakes enhanced rather than diminished his commitment to learning from their example. The unresolved questions about March's true identity and ultimate fate created ongoing psychological pressure that would influence Bruce Wayne's approach to family relationships and trust issues throughout his subsequent career as Batman. The knowledge that even the most intimate family connections could be subject to manipulation and deception by sufficiently sophisticated enemies added new layers of complexity to his understanding of personal vulnerability and emotional security. The symbolic significance of the destroyed Wayne Tower and its eventual reconstruction represented both the court's temporary success in eliminating monuments to Wayne family achievement and Bruce Wayne's determination to rebuild and continue the legacy that his parents had established, despite the revelations about their potential moral failures. The new tower that rose from the ruins incorporated both tribute to the past and adaptation to new realities about the ongoing threats that the Wayne family would continue to face. In the end, Lincoln March's challenge to the Wayne legacy served as both the court's most sophisticated psychological assault on their greatest enemy and a demonstration of the limitations of even perfectly executed identity manipulation. When confronted with opponents who possessed the moral courage to acknowledge family imperfections while maintaining commitment to principles that transcended individual relationships and personal history, proving that true heroism could survive even the most devastating revelations about its origins and foundations. In the sprawling geography of global crime and international conspiracy, where the tentacles of ancient organizations extend far beyond their original domains to encompass operations that span continents and cultures, few intersections have proven more volatile or more revealing than the moment when Jason Todd's vengeful crusade against his own dark past collided with the Court of Owls' systematic expansion of their recruitment networks into the lawless territories of the Far East. This convergence of two very different forms of violence and moral compromise would illuminate not only the international scope of the court's influence, but also the universal nature of the trauma that transforms ordinary human beings into instruments of death and resurrection. The mission that brought the Red Hood and his outlaws to Hong Kong had begun as a simple matter of settling accounts with criminal organizations whose activities had intersected with Jason's previous work in the region. Yet the complexity of the underworld networks they encountered there revealed connections to recruitment and training operations that bore disturbing similarities to the methods employed by Gotham's most ancient conspiracy. The crime families that controlled Hong Kong's illegal enterprises had developed their own systems for identifying and acquiring talented individuals whose capabilities could be enhanced and exploited for organizational purposes. The trail of violence that Jason Todd had left during his previous operations in Hong Kong reflected both his effectiveness as a lethal operative and his willingness to employ methods that more conventional heroes would have found morally unacceptable, demonstrating how his resurrection experience had fundamentally altered his understanding of the relationship between justice and mercy. The systematic elimination of entire criminal families had been conducted with the same ruthless efficiency that characterized court operations, though Jason's motivations were personal rather than institutional. The revenge that Susie Sue and her father had pursued against Red Hood following their losses in Hong Kong represented the kind of generational vendetta that often resulted when violence was employed as a primary solution to complex problems, creating cycles of retaliation that could extend across decades and involve innocent parties who became caught in conflicts they had not initiated. The targeting of Gotham's Children's Hospital demonstrated both the desperation of their desire for vengeance and their willingness to sacrifice innocent lives to achieve their objectives. The rescue operation that brought Jason Todd back to Gotham placed him in the uncomfortable position of protecting the very city whose primary defender he had often opposed, forcing him to confront questions about loyalty, responsibility, and the meaning of heroism that his resurrection and subsequent experiences had left unresolved. The decision to respond to Alfred's emergency broadcast represented both pragmatic recognition of the threat's magnitude and deeper acknowledgement of bonds that transcended his conflicts with Batman and the established vigilante community. The intelligence briefing that Alfred Pennyworth provided through the emergency communication system gave Jason and his team their first comprehensive understanding of the Court of Owl's existence and operational methods, information that resonated with disturbing familiarity, given Jason's own experiences with death, resurrection, and systematic conditioning, designed to transform human beings into weapons. The revelation that Gotham harbored an organization capable of creating undead assassins struck particularly close to home for someone whose own return from death had been orchestrated by forces with similarly manipulative agendas. The target assignment that directed Red Hood toward Victor Fries reflected both the tactical necessities of the Knight's defensive operations and the complex relationships that existed between various members of Gotham's criminal and vigilante communities, as Freeze's scientific expertise and cryogenic capabilities made him both a valuable asset and a potential threat, depending on whose interests he served. The revelation that Freeze was being targeted for elimination rather than recruitment suggested that his previous relationship with the court had soured in ways that made his continued existence inconvenient. The journey through Gotham's frozen districts toward Freeze's location provided Jason and his team with direct evidence of the court's willingness to sacrifice civilian populations in pursuit of their objectives, as the cryogenic devastation that had transformed entire neighborhoods into Arctic wastelands demonstrated complete disregard for the innocent lives that were being destroyed or displaced by their operations. The sight of families trapped in their frozen homes served as stark reminder of the human cost that such conflicts inevitably exacted. The battle that Jason discovered upon reaching Freeze's installation revealed the intensity and desperation that characterized the Knight's conflicts, as both the court's Talon and Victor Freeze fought with the knowledge that their survival depended upon eliminating their opponent before reinforcements could arrive or circumstances could shift in ways that would compromise their positions. The combat between enhanced human assassin and scientifically augmented criminal demonstrated the devastating potential that existed when advanced capabilities were employed without moral constraint. The intervention that Jason made in this battle placed him in the role of protector for a criminal whose activities had caused considerable suffering throughout Gotham, yet whose elimination by court forces would represent a victory for an organization whose methods and objectives were demonstrably worse than anything Freeze had ever attempted. The moral complexity of this situation reflected broader questions about justice, redemption, and the proper response to evil that had plagued Jason since his resurrection. The pursuit sequence that followed the Talon's escape from Freeze's installation tested Jason's tracking abilities and combat skills, while also providing him with opportunities to observe the assassin's movement, patterns, and tactical preferences in ways that revealed information about court training methods and operational philosophy. The chase through Hong Kong's decorative displays and cultural installations created symbolic backdrop for a conflict between different traditions of violence and different understanding of honor and duty. The revelation of the Talon's circus background, through his acrobatic movements and theatrical flourishes, connected the immediate conflict to broader patterns of court recruitment and conditioning that Jason had learned about through Alfred's briefing, demonstrating how the organization's systematic exploitation of performance communities had created networks of trained killers whose origins could be traced to institutions that should have represented joy and wonder rather than death and manipulation. The dialogue that developed between Jason and the Talon during their pursuit revealed both the assassin's awareness of his own tragic situation and his inability to conceive of alternatives to the existence that had been imposed upon him through systematic conditioning and chemical enhancement. The conversation illuminated parallels between their respective experiences with death and resurrection, while also highlighting the crucial differences in how they had responded to their transformation. Zhao Long's story of circus recruitment and court conditioning provided Jason with detailed intelligence about the international scope of the organization's operations, while also forcing him to confront uncomfortable similarities between the Talon's experience and his own resurrection and subsequent training by the League of Assassins. Both had been taken from lives that held meaning and purpose, subjected to systematic destruction of their original identities, and rebuilt according to specifications that served organizational objectives rather than personal fulfillment. The training regimen that Zhao described reflected the same combination of physical enhancement and psychological manipulation that characterized Talon creation generally, yet his account provided specific details about how circus performers were selected and processed that revealed the organizational sophistication and long-term planning that such recruitment required. The systematic identification of talented young acrobats across multiple countries and cultural contexts demonstrated resources and coordination capabilities that exceeded those of most legitimate international organizations. The psychological conditioning that had transformed Zhao from performer to assassin involved the same systematic destruction of personal identity and emotional attachment that Jason had experienced, though the specific techniques employed reflected the court's centuries of experience in creating loyal operatives who retained sufficient cognitive function to handle complex missions, while losing all capacity for independent moral, reasoning, or emotional resistance to violence. The relationship between circus families and court recruitment revealed how the organization had corrupted institutions that were supposed to preserve cultural traditions and provide opportunities for artistic expression, transforming them into instruments for identifying and acquiring human raw material for their enhancement programs. The betrayal of trust that such recruitment represented had lasting effects on entire communities of performers who learned to fear the very success and recognition that should have been sources of pride and accomplishment. The international network that connected circus recruitment operations across multiple continents demonstrated the court's sophisticated understanding of global transportation systems, communication networks, and cultural patterns that enabled them to coordinate activities across vast distances while maintaining security and operational effectiveness. The ability to move personnel and resources internationally without detection required capabilities that rivaled those of legitimate intelligence agencies. The preservation facilities that maintained inactive Talons between missions included specialized installations in various countries that could support the complex life support systems required for extended suspended animation, while also providing security against discovery by local authorities or rival organizations. These facilities represented enormous investments in infrastructure and technology that could only be justified by the long-term value that enhanced operatives provided to court operations. The awakening process that restored, preserved Talons to active status required coordination between medical personnel, technical specialists, and operational commanders who possessed both the expertise necessary to manage complex biological systems and the security clearance required for knowledge of court methods and objectives. The international deployment of such capabilities demonstrated organizational reach that exceeded anything that conventional criminal enterprises typically achieved. The cultural adaptation that Talons underwent when deployed to foreign countries involved briefing programs that provided essential information about local customs, languages, and social patterns while maintaining the behavioral conditioning that ensured absolute loyalty to court directives. The ability to function effectively in diverse cultural contexts required both intellectual flexibility and psychological stability that not all enhanced operatives possessed. The moral questions that Zhao's situation raised for Jason Todd encompassed broader issues about redemption, responsibility, and the possibility of recovery from systematic conditioning and chemical enhancement that had destroyed normal human capacity for ethical reasoning and emotional connection. The assassin's request for death rather than continued existence reflected his understanding that true recovery was impossible given the extent of his transformation. The mercy killing that Jason ultimately provided represented both compassion for suffering that could not be alleviated through conventional means and practical recognition that some forms of damage were too extensive to permit rehabilitation or normal social reintegration. The decision demonstrated Jason's evolution from simple vigilante violence toward more complex understanding of when death served merciful rather than vengeful purposes. The aftermath of the encounter with Zhao Long provided Jason with intelligence about court operations and philosophical insights about the nature of resurrection and identity that would influence his subsequent understanding of his own situation and his relationship with the vigilante community that had rejected his methods. The recognition that he had more in common with the court's victims than with their creators created new perspectives on his own moral choices and future objectives. The coordination with other members of the Bat family during the Night of the Owls demonstrated Jason's capacity for cooperation and teamwork, despite his conflicts with Batman and his rejection of conventional heroic methods, showing that shared threats could override personal disagreements when innocent lives were at stake. The willingness to work within established command structures while maintaining his operational independence reflected growth in his understanding of effective resistance to organized evil. The protection of additional targets beyond those officially assigned required tactical flexibility and strategic thinking that tested Jason's abilities as both combatant and coordinator, forcing him to adapt his methods to circumstances that demanded both immediate action and long-term planning for continued defense against ongoing threats. The success of these improvised operations demonstrated competence that warranted inclusion in future defensive planning, despite philosophical differences with Batman's approach. The intelligence gathering that Jason conducted during his encounters with court operatives provided valuable information about their international recruitment methods, conditioning techniques, and operational capabilities that enhanced the vigilante community's understanding of the threat, while also revealing vulnerabilities that could be exploited in future confrontations. This contribution to collective knowledge represented meaningful participation in the broader conflict, despite his status as outsider to the established hero network. The personal growth that Jason experienced through his confrontation with the court's international operations included deeper understanding of how systematic evil operated across cultural and national boundaries, while also providing him with greater appreciation for the complexity of moral choice in situations where simple applications of violence were insufficient to address underlying problems. The encounter with Zhao Long particularly influenced his thinking about redemption and the possibility of recovery from traumatic transformation. The symbolic significance of Jason's participation in defending Gotham against the court's assault represented both his ongoing connection to the city that had shaped his development and his willingness to set aside personal grievances in service of protecting innocent lives from threats that transcended individual conflicts and philosophical disagreements. The temporary cooperation with Batman and the established vigilante community demonstrated maturity and strategic thinking that suggested potential for future collaboration. The international implications of the court's circus recruitment network extended far beyond their immediate impact on individual performers and their families to encompass broader questions about cultural preservation, international cooperation against organized crime, and the protection of vulnerable populations from systematic exploitation by organizations whose resources and sophistication exceeded those of conventional law enforcement agencies. The legacy of Jason Todd's encounter with the Court of Owls and their international operations provided both intelligence that enhanced understanding of global threats and personal insights that influenced his subsequent development as an anti-hero whose methods, while controversial, served legitimate purposes in confronting forms of evil that conventional heroism was inadequately equipped to address effectively. In the end, the intersection of Red Hood's vengeful past with the court's systematic recruitment of circus performers revealed both the international scope of ancient evil and the universal nature of trauma that transforms human beings into weapons, while also demonstrating that even the most damaged individuals could choose compassion over cruelty when confronted with suffering that exceeded their own experiences and demanded responses that transcended personal revenge in favor of mercy and understanding. In the hushed aftermath of coordinated violence and systematic revelation, when the smoke of battle clears to reveal landscapes forever altered by conflict, and the terrible weight of truth settles upon minds unprepared for such profound disruption of comfortable assumptions, there emerges a period of assessment and adaptation that tests the resilience of institutions, relationships, and individual psyches in ways that immediate physical danger never could. The Court of Owls' emergence from centuries of shadow into the harsh light of public awareness had created consequences that extended far beyond the immediate casualties of the Night of the Owls, generating ripple effects that would reshape Gotham's social, political, and psychological landscape for generations to come. The strategic retreat that the court orchestrated following their failure to achieve decisive victory through coordinated assassination represented both tactical necessity and fundamental recognition that their operational environment had been permanently altered in ways that made their traditional methods of influence and control obsolete. The anonymity and deniability that had protected them throughout their existence were gone forever, replaced by the uncomfortable reality of being known enemies whose every action would be scrutinized by opponents who possessed both the resources and the determination to expose and counter their activities. The surviving members of the court's leadership faced challenges that no previous generation had been forced to confront, as the organization's exposure required immediate adaptation of methods that had been refined over centuries of successful operation. The systems of communication, coordination, and resource management that had enabled their hidden influence throughout Gotham's development became liabilities when subjected to surveillance and investigation by adversaries who understood their importance and possessed the technological capabilities necessary to disrupt them. The dispersal of court assets and personnel following the Night of the Owls involved complex logistical operations that required rapid coordination of financial transfers, document destruction, facility abandonment, and personnel relocation while avoiding detection by law enforcement agencies and vigilante forces, whose understanding of the organization's methods had been dramatically enhanced by the intelligence gathered during recent confrontations. The challenge of maintaining organizational cohesion while adapting to unprecedented security requirements tested leadership capabilities that had never been subjected to such extreme pressure. The Talons, who had survived the night's battles but remained unaccounted for, represented both potential assets for future operations and ongoing security risks, whose presence in Gotham could not be effectively monitored or controlled by an organization whose command and communication systems had been compromised by exposure. These scattered operatives possessed capabilities that made them individually dangerous, while lacking the coordination and support systems that had previously enabled their effective deployment. The distribution of surviving talons throughout Gotham's urban environment created ongoing security concerns that affected both civilian populations and law enforcement agencies, unprepared for encounters with enhanced individuals whose conditioning and capabilities exceeded anything that conventional training and equipment could address. The random nature of these potential encounters generated anxiety and hypervigilance that influenced daily life throughout the city, while also straining resources that were already inadequate for addressing normal criminal activity. The investigation that multiple agencies launched into the court's activities represented unprecedented cooperation between federal, state, and local law enforcement organizations, yet their efforts were hampered by both the sophistication of the evidence destruction that had preceded the court's retreat and the fundamental inadequacy of conventional investigative methods when applied to an organization whose operational security had been perfected through centuries of practice and refinement. The forensic analysis of court facilities and equipment that investigators conducted following the Night of the Owls provided valuable intelligence about their technological capabilities, organizational structure, and operational methods. Yet the complexity of their systems and the exotic nature of their materials required expertise that few legitimate scientific institutions possessed. The electrum compound and related substances that were recovered from abandoned installations challenged contemporary understanding of chemistry and biology, while also raising questions about the sources and development methods that had enabled such advanced capabilities. The psychological evaluation of captured or injured court operatives revealed patterns of conditioning and enhancement that exceeded anything that mainstream psychology or psychiatry had previously documented, demonstrating both the organization's sophisticated understanding of human mental function and their willingness to employ techniques that violated every principle of medical ethics and human rights. The therapeutic challenges involved in treating individuals whose personalities had been systematically destroyed and rebuilt according to artificial specifications required the development of new treatment approaches that conventional mental health systems were unprepared to provide. The impact on Batman and the members of his extended family extended far beyond the physical injuries and tactical lessons learned during their confrontations with court forces to encompass fundamental questions about their methods, objectives, and effectiveness as protectors of Gotham's population. The revelation that they had operated for years in ignorance of an organization whose influence permeated every aspect of the city's development raised disturbing questions about the limitations of their intelligence gathering and the prosid end of aid adequacy of their understanding of the threats they faced. The psychological trauma that affected Bruce Wayne following his week-long imprisonment in the court's labyrinth required careful management and therapeutic intervention to prevent lasting damage to his mental stability, operational effectiveness. The systematic psychological warfare that he had endured was designed to break down his sense of identity and moral certainty in ways that could have permanent consequences if not properly addressed through specialized treatment and supportive relationships. Dick Grayson's discovery of his family's connection to the court's recruitment network created complex emotional responses that combined relief at having avoided transformation into a Talon with guilt about the fate that had befallen other circus performers, including his own great-grandfather William Cobb. The knowledge that his escape from court conditioning had been entirely accidental rather than the result of moral choice or superior strength created existential questions about identity and destiny that required careful processing. The other members of the Bat family experienced their own forms of psychological impact from their encounters with court operatives and their exposure to evidence of systematic evil that exceeded anything they had previously confronted in their vigilante careers. The scale and sophistication of the court's operations challenged their understanding of what was possible in terms of organized criminal activity, while also revealing the inadequacy of their previous assumptions about the nature and scope of the threats that Gotham faced. The modifications that were implemented at Wayne Manor following the court's successful penetration of its defenses involved comprehensive upgrades to security systems, structural reinforcement, and emergency protocols that reflected both the specific lessons learned from the night's battles and broader recognition of the ongoing threats that Bruce Wayne would continue to face as a known opponent of ancient conspiracies. The installation of enhanced surveillance equipment, automated defensive systems, and secure communication networks transformed the mansion into a fortress capable of withstanding future assaults by enhanced operatives. The reconstruction of the Batcave's security and operational systems incorporated both defensive measures designed to prevent future infiltration and offensive capabilities that would enable more effective investigation and confrontation of threats that possessed supernatural or technologically advanced capabilities. The addition of specialized equipment for dealing with chemically enhanced opponents, exotic materials, and psychological warfare techniques reflected the expansion of Batman's operational requirements that the court's existence had necessitated. The intelligence network that Batman established to monitor court activities and track surviving operatives required the development of new sources, methods, and analytical capabilities that could penetrate the organization's remaining security measures, while also identifying emerging threats and opportunities for disruption. The creation of this enhanced surveillance system involved both technological innovation and the recruitment of human assets whose access and expertise could provide intelligence that electronic systems could not obtain. The coordination with law enforcement agencies that Batman initiated following the court's exposure represented a significant expansion of his cooperation with official authorities, though this collaboration remained limited by concerns about security, legal constraints, and the fundamental inadequacy of conventional methods for addressing threats that operated according to principles that mainstream institutions were not equipped to understand or counter effectively. The public relations challenges that the Wayne family faced following the Night of the Owls required careful management of media coverage and public perception to minimize the damage that exposure of their conflict with the court might cause to their reputation and their ability to continue their philanthropic and business activities. The revelation that Gotham's most prominent family had been engaged in violent conflict with secret organizations created questions about their stability and judgment that could affect their effectiveness as civic leaders. The business implications of the court's exposure extended throughout Gotham's economic and political systems, as the revelation of their hidden influence raised questions about the legitimacy of countless decisions, transactions, and policies that had shaped the city's development over generations. The investigation of potential court manipulation of markets, regulations, and governmental processes required comprehensive audits and reviews that disrupted normal operations while also creating opportunities for reform and transparency. The social impact of learning about the court's existence affected Gotham's population in ways that extended far beyond immediate security concerns to encompass fundamental questions about trust, authority, and the nature of democratic governance in a city where hidden conspiracies had shaped development for centuries without public knowledge or consent. The psychological adjustment to living in an environment where such systematic deception was possible required community-wide processing and adaptation. The cultural consequences of the court's exposure included both the corruption of traditional symbols and narratives that had been employed for their recruitment and operational activities, and the need to develop new forms of cultural expression that could address the trauma and betrayal that their revelation had created. The nursery rhyme about owls that had served as their psychological weapon was transformed from innocent children's entertainment into a reminder of vulnerability and deception that would influence popular culture for generations. The ongoing threat assessment that security agencies conducted regarding surviving court members and potential organizational reconstruction revealed both immediate dangers and long-term concerns about the possibility of renewed activity by individuals whose training, resources, and commitment had not been eliminated by their recent defeats. The monitoring of known associates, financial networks, and operational facilities required sustained attention and resource allocation that strained already limited security capabilities. The international implications of the court's exposure extended beyond Gotham to encompass questions about similar organizations in other cities and countries whose existence might be revealed through investigation of the court's correspondence, financial transactions, and operational records. The possibility that ancient conspiracies were operating in multiple locations created concerns about coordinated resistance and the need for international cooperation in addressing threats that transcended national boundaries. The technological innovations that the court's exposure had revealed through analysis of their equipment and facilities provided opportunities for advancement in multiple fields, while also raising concerns about the potential for misuse of such capabilities by individuals or organizations whose intentions were less benevolent than those who sought to understand and counter their applications. The management of this knowledge required careful consideration of security and ethical implications. The historical research that scholars and investigators conducted into the court's activities throughout Gotham's development revealed patterns of influence and manipulation that recontextualized major events and decisions that had previously been understood as natural developments or democratic choices. The revision of historical narratives to account for hidden influence created educational and cultural challenges that required careful balance between accuracy and social stability. The legal complications that arose from the court's exposure included questions about jurisdiction, evidence, and prosecution of individuals whose activities had occurred over extended periods and involved sophisticated methods that existing legal frameworks were not designed to address. The development of new legal approaches and precedents required coordination between multiple agencies and institutions, while also ensuring that constitutional rights and due process were protected. The therapeutic resources that were developed to address the psychological needs of court victims, including former Talons whose conditioning might be reversible, and community members whose trust had been violated by systematic deception, required innovative approaches that combined medical treatment with social support systems designed to facilitate recovery and reintegration. The scale of these needs exceeded existing mental health capabilities, while also requiring specialized expertise that few professionals possessed. The memorial activities that commemorated the victims of the court's activities throughout their history provided opportunities for community healing, while also ensuring that the lessons of their systematic evil would not be forgotten or minimized by future generations who had not directly experienced the trauma of their revelation and defeat. These commemorations served both educational and therapeutic purposes that contributed to long-term community resilience. The ongoing vigilance that Batman and his allies maintained against potential court resurgence reflected their understanding that ancient organizations possessed both the patience and the resources necessary for long-term planning and gradual reconstruction of capabilities that might appear to have been permanently eliminated. The monitoring systems and response protocols that were established provided both deterrence and early warning capabilities that would enable effective intervention against future threats. The lessons learned from the court's exposure and defeat influenced not only Batman's methods and priorities, but also the broader approach that Gotham's protective forces employed in identifying and addressing potential threats that might possess similar capabilities for concealment, influence, and systematic evil. The intelligence techniques, investigative methods, and tactical approaches that proved effective against the court became components of enhanced security protocols that would serve the city's protection far into the future. In the end, the aftermath of the Court of Owls exposure represented both conclusion and beginning, marking the end of their centuries-long dominance through hidden influence, while also initiating new phases of conflict and adaptation that would test the resilience and determination of all parties involved in the eternal struggle between those who sought to control through deception and those who fought to protect through truth, justice, and unwavering commitment to the principles that made civilization worth defending against ancient evils that patience and resources alone could never ultimately overcome. In the philosophical depths where ancient wisdom confronts modern democracy and the eternal questions of governance reveal their most profound contradictions, there exists a worldview so comprehensive and so carefully reasoned that it can justify the most extreme actions while maintaining an internal consistency that challenges even the most rigorous moral examination. The Court of Owls did not consider themselves villains or oppressors, but rather the inheritors of a sacred trust that obligated them to preserve civilization against the chaos and destruction that inevitably resulted when complex societies were abandoned to the whims of popular sentiment and democratic decision-making processes that prioritized immediate gratification over long-term stability and prosperity. The foundational premise upon which the court's entire philosophy rested was the recognition that human beings, despite their individual potential for wisdom and moral development, were fundamentally unsuited for collective self-governance when organized into large, diverse communities where personal relationships and shared values could not provide the natural constraints that made small-scale democracy functional. The evidence for this proposition was overwhelming and undeniable, visible in every failed democracy throughout history, every republic that had devolved into mob rule, every well-intentioned government that had collapsed under the weight of competing interests and irreconcilable differences. The historical analysis that supported the court's understanding of democratic failure encompassed careful study of Athens and Rome, of the Italian city-states and the French Revolution, of countless experiments in popular sovereignty that had begun with noble ideals and ended in tyranny, war, or social collapse. The pattern was consistent and predictable. Democratic institutions initially produced beneficial results when guided by educated elites who understood both the principles of good governance and the limitations of popular opinion. Yet these same institutions became sources of instability and suffering when control passed to demagogues who pandered to base emotions rather than appealing to rational analysis of complex problems. The court's solution to this fundamental flaw in democratic theory was elegantly simple in concept, while being breathtakingly sophisticated in execution. They would preserve the appearance and emotional satisfaction of democratic participation while ensuring that actual decision-making remained in the hands of individuals whose education, intelligence, and moral development qualified them to exercise such awesome responsibility effectively. The citizens would retain their cherished illusion of self-governance while being protected from the catastrophic consequences that their choices would inevitably produce if left unchecked by superior wisdom. The moral framework that justified this benevolent deception drew upon ancient traditions of philosophical kingship and enlightened despotism that recognized the fundamental distinction between the authority to make decisions and the tame wisdom necessary to make them correctly. Plato's insights about the need for philosopher kings had been validated by centuries of political experience, yet the practical implementation of such ideals had been prevented by the obvious difficulties involved in identifying and empowering truly wise rulers, while also protecting them from the corruption that power inevitably produced in lesser minds. The court's approach to this classical problem was revolutionary in its systematic application of collective decision-making among a carefully selected group of individuals whose qualifications had been demonstrated through generations of successful governance and whose commitment to the common good had been tested through extensive observation and evaluation. Rather than concentrating absolute power in a single ruler who might be corrupted or whose death could create succession crises, they distributed authority among multiple families whose interests were aligned through kinship, shared values, and mutual dependence upon the success of their collaborative enterprise. The selection criteria that determined membership in this governing elite reflected sophisticated understanding of the intellectual, moral, and psychological qualities that effective leadership required, emphasizing not merely intelligence or wealth, but rather the combination of analytical capability, emotional stability, and ethical commitment that enabled wise decision-making under pressure. The emphasis on hereditary transmission of these qualities was based both on practical observation of family patterns and theoretical understanding of how complex traits were preserved and enhanced through careful breeding programs that other aristocratic societies had employed throughout history. The educational systems that prepared court members for their responsibilities incorporated the finest elements of classical and contemporary learning, while also providing specialized training in the arts of governance that democratic societies were unable to teach because they refused to acknowledge that such skills were necessary, or that some individuals were better suited to acquire them than others. The curriculum combined rigorous intellectual development with practical experience in decision-making, leadership, and the management of complex organizations whose success required coordination of diverse interests and capabilities. The psychological conditioning that accompanied this educational development was designed to instill the kind of moral commitment and emotional resilience that public service required, creating individuals who could make difficult decisions without being paralyzed by sentiment or popular disapproval, while also maintaining genuine concern for the welfare of those whose lives they affected through their choices. This conditioning emphasized duty over personal preference, long-term benefit over immediate gratification, and rational analysis over emotional reaction. The relationship between the court's governing philosophy and Gotham's development reflected their understanding that true leadership required both the vision to conceive beneficial changes and the patience to implement them, gradually over extended periods that might span multiple generations. The transformation of a colonial settlement into a great metropolis could not be achieved through the short-term planning cycles that democratic politics imposed, but rather required sustained commitment to consistent policies that might not produce visible benefits for decades or centuries. the economic policies that the court implemented through their influence over legitimate governmental institutions reflected sophisticated understanding of market dynamics, international trade, and technological development that enabled Gotham to prosper while other cities struggled with the boom and bust cycles that characterized purely democratic economic management. Their ability to coordinate public and private investment over extended periods created infrastructure and institutional frameworks that provided stable foundations for continued growth and development. The social policies that emerged from court influence were designed to maintain the kind of hierarchical stability that enabled both individual advancement and collective prosperity, ensuring that talented individuals could achieve success and recognition, while also preserving the cultural values and institutional arrangements that made such advancement possible. The emphasis on education, civic responsibility, and respect for legitimate authority created social environments where both freedom and order could coexist in productive harmony. The urban planning initiatives that the court sponsored through various governmental and private channels reflected their comprehensive understanding of how physical environments influence social behavior, economic development, and political stability. The careful integration of residential, commercial, and institutional spaces created communities that fostered both individual opportunity and collective identity, while also providing the kind of practical functionality that large populations required for daily life. The cultural development that flourished under court guidance encompassed both preservation of valuable traditions and encouragement of innovative expression that enriched community life, while also reinforcing the social values that made civilization possible. The sponsorship of arts, literature, and educational institutions created cultural resources that elevated public taste, while also providing constructive outlets for creative energies that might otherwise have been channeled toward destructive or revolutionary activities. The court's understanding of their relationship with Gotham's population was characterized by genuine paternalism rather than exploitative domination, recognizing that their authority was legitimate only to the extent that it served the genuine interests of those they governed, rather than simply advancing their own power and privilege. This paternalistic approach required constant attention to public welfare and continuous evaluation of whether their policies were producing beneficial results that justified continued trust and obedience from the governed. The challenges that democratic ideologies posed to court authority were addressed through educational and cultural initiatives designed to demonstrate the practical limitations of popular governance, while also providing constructive alternatives that satisfied human desires for participation and recognition without compromising effective decision-making. The goal was not to suppress democratic impulses, but rather to channel them in directions that served beneficial purposes, rather than creating chaos and conflict. The court's response to criticism and opposition reflected their understanding that legitimate authority could not be maintained through force alone, but required also the kind of moral credibility that came from demonstrably superior results in terms of public welfare, economic prosperity, and social stability. Their willingness to engage with critics and address legitimate concerns demonstrated confidence in their methods, while also providing opportunities for improvement and adaptation that kept their governance relevant to changing circumstances. The generational perspective that guided court planning enabled them to pursue policies whose benefits might not become apparent until decades or centuries after their implementation, creating long-term advantages that short-sighted democratic governments could never achieve because their planning horizons were limited by electoral cycles and the immediate demands of popular constituencies. This extended temporal perspective was perhaps their greatest advantage over alternative forms of governance. The international relationships that the court maintained with similar organizations in other cities and countries reflected their understanding that effective governance in an interconnected world required coordination with other enlightened elites who shared their commitment to stability, prosperity, and cultural advancement. These relationships provided both practical benefits in terms of trade, security, and technological exchange, and philosophical reinforcement through contact with individuals who faced similar challenges and responsibilities. The Wayne family's resistance to court authority represented both a practical challenge to their governance and a fundamental philosophical disagreement about the nature of legitimate authority and proper relationship between rulers and ruled. The Waynes' commitment to transparency, accountability, and popular participation in decision-making reflected admirable idealism that was unfortunately divorced from realistic assessment of human limitations and the practical requirements of effective governance in complex societies. The tragedy of the Wayne family's position was that their genuine desire to serve the public good was undermined by their naive belief that good intentions and democratic processes were sufficient to achieve beneficial outcomes, ignoring the overwhelming historical evidence that such approaches inevitably produced chaos, conflict, and suffering that could have been avoided through wiser leadership and more realistic understanding of human nature and social dynamics. The court's various attempts to co-opt or neutralize Wayne family influence reflected not malicious desire for dominance, but rather practical recognition that their resistance to necessary authority threatened the stability and prosperity that centuries of careful governance had created. The systematic efforts to demonstrate the inadequacy of democratic alternatives and the benefits of accepting wise guidance were motivated by genuine concern for public welfare rather than simple desire for power. The Batman phenomenon that emerged from Bruce Wayne's traumatic experiences represented both the ultimate expression of Wayne family idealism and the most dangerous possible challenge to rational governance that the court had ever faced. The combination of vast resources, advanced technology, and absolute moral certainty that Batman brought to his vigilante activities created capabilities that could disrupt carefully balanced social and political arrangements without providing constructive alternatives that would serve long-term public interests. The philosophical conflict between Batman's approach to justice and the court's understanding of governance encompassed fundamental disagreements about the nature of moral authority, the proper response to social problems, and the relationship between individual rights and collective welfare that could not be resolved through rational discussion because they reflected incompatible worldviews based on different assumptions about human nature and social organization. The court's recognition that Batman's activities, however well-intentioned, represented a form of chaos that threatened the foundations of civilized order required responses that balanced respect for his obvious capabilities and moral commitment with determination to preserve the social stability and institutional arrangements that had served Gotham's population effectively for generations. The challenge was to neutralize the threat he represented without creating martyrdom that might inspire additional resistance. The broader implications of the court's conflict with Batman extended beyond immediate concerns about law enforcement and social order to encompass questions about the future of governance itself and whether enlightened elites could continue to provide necessary leadership in societies where democratic ideologies had created expectations of transparency and participation that were incompatible with effective decision-making processes. The court's ultimate goal was not the elimination of Batman or the Wayne family, but rather their integration into governance structures that would utilize their capabilities and resources in service of rational policies, while also providing them with the kind of meaningful participation in decision-making that their talents and commitment deserved. The tragedy was that Wayne family pride and democratic prejudices prevented them from accepting roles that would have served both their own interests and those of Gotham's population more effectively than continued opposition and conflict. In the end, the Court of Owls philosophy represented both the highest achievement of political thinking about the practical requirements of governance and the tragic limitation of utilitarian approaches to human organization that failed to account adequately for the spiritual and psychological needs that democracy, however inefficient, managed to address through its emphasis on dignity, participation, and the intrinsic value of individual choice, proving that even the wisest governance could not ultimately succeed if it could not inspire the kind of voluntary loyalty and enthusiastic cooperation that only legitimate authority, based on genuine consent, could achieve and maintain across the generations. And so we reach the end of our journey through Gotham's most enduring conspiracy, through centuries of shadows and whispered nursery rhymes that mask the darkest truths about power and control. The Court of Owls reminds us that even in a city protected by the world's greatest detective, some secrets run so deep that they become part of the very foundation upon which heroes stand. In their ancient halls and hidden chambers, we see reflected humanity's eternal struggle between those who would rule from darkness and those who fight to bring truth to light. Let these tales of talons and hidden powers serve as gentle reminders that vigilance is the price of freedom, that even the most noble intentions can be corrupted by time and circumstance, and that sometimes the greatest enemies are those who claim to protect us from ourselves. Rest now, dreamer of better worlds, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, guardians watch over the innocent, while ancient evils plot and plan in shadows that may never fully retreat. May your sleep be as peaceful as Gotham when its true protector stands. Watch against all who would harm those he has sworn to defend.